please silence or turn it off. If you're here to speak on an item and are not the applicant, please fill out one of these forms available outside and provide them to Elena or Jared down here below. When the item is heard, you'll be called to come to the podium at the appropriate time. Please come up, give your name and address for the record. You'll have up to 5 minutes to speak. If you're here to speak on an item with a large group of people, we encourage you to elect a representative to share the group's concerns. And if that's the case, some additional time will be made available for that person. Where there are several speakers to be heard on an item, we just ask that you do your best to limit repetitious comments. If 3 or 4 people before you have said the same thing, we've noted it, I promise you. Please direct all your comments to the commission. If you have questions for the applicant or staff, we'll make sure that those get answered through us. Finally, we just appreciate your time that you made to come down here today away from your other obligations. And we just ask for your assistance in upholding the decorum of the meeting and specifically not speaking from the audience. So thank you for your attention, and we'll get started. We'll begin with item 2, which is receipt of the minutes.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to receive the minutes of the July 24th, 2025 meeting.
We have a motion to receive the minutes. That's been seconded by Commissioner Govine. Please cast your votes. The minutes are received. Item 3 is continuance requests, and we'll begin with uncontested requests.
Item 37, KC 7719, request to defer to August 28th. Item 38, KC 7756, defer to August 28th. Item 40, case SPUD 1759, defer to August 28th. Item 41, PUD 2057, defer to August 28th. Item 42, PUD 2086, defer to August 28th. Item 43, PUD 2084, defer to September 25th. And item 44, case PUD 2073 has been withdrawn.
Okay, do we have anyone here to speak on any of those items? All right, seeing none, I just need a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the continuance request as read.
We have a motion from Commissioner Noble to approve the uncontested continuance request as read. That's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And those are approved. Item B is new continuance requests.
Item 12 is case CE 1143, defer to August 28th. Item 32, SPUD 1763, defer to August 28th. Item 33, case CPA 2025-6, defer to August 28th. Item 34, case PC 10977, defer to August 28th. Item 39, SPUD 1756, defer to September 11th. And item 26, case PC 10980, defer to September 25th.
Okay. Is there anyone here to speak on any of those items? All right, we're just ready for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the new continuous request as read.
We have a motion to approve the new continuance requests. That's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And those are approved. All right. Next, we are on to public hearings and the consent docket.
Item 1 is case C7743, final plat of South Portland Commercial Park, Phase 2, located north of Southwest 104th Street and east of I-44. Item 2 is case C7754, final plat of Colonial Court, located south of Northwest Expressway and west of North Sarah Road. And finally, item 3, case DA 17PH, application for consideration of a lot split, located at 15,004 Albigny Court.
All right, we'll just check if anyone's here to speak on any of those items. All right, we just need a motion for the consent docket, please.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent docket as read.
We have a motion from Commissioner Noble to approve the consent docket as read. That's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And the consent docket is approved. All right, moving on to items requiring separate vote, and we start with item 4.
Item 4 is case SV 7, application requesting a variance to allow a private drive located at the northeast corner of Northwest 13th Street and North Broadway Avenue.
Good afternoon, Mark Zitzow with Johnson & Associates. Address is 1 East Sheridan Avenue. Before you is a project known as Alley North. This project has a mix of uses in it. North of us is multifamily. In the southern portion, it's all the commercial, retail, office uses. If you could go back to the aerial, we're asking for a variance to subdivision regulations to allow us to name a private drive. Part of it is confusion in the way that it looks. We wanted to build a narrower street than what a public standard would allow. So when we went through, it was put in a private easement. But if you look immediately south of Common Area A, it is North Broadway Drive. So we are seeking a variance to allow just the portion of Common Area A within our plat to have the same name. We know it's private. All of the entities within this are fully aware that that is privately maintained and has to be maintained by them individually through the covenants and restrictions. So with that, happy to answer any questions, but we would ask for your approval.
All right, Commissioner Govine, this is Ward 6. You want to lead the discussion?
Sure. I've reviewed the case. I don't have any concerns. It makes sense to continue the North Broadway Drive name, and staff recommends approval. So I'm prepared to move to approve unless anyone else has any comments or questions.
Any other comments, questions from commissioners? Nope. All right, we're ready for a motion.
Okay. Move approval of item number 4, which is SV 00007.
A motion to recommend approval. It's been seconded by Commissioner Newman. Please cast your votes. And that is recommended for approval.
Thank you.
Item 5.
Item 5 is KC 7755, final plat of Deer Creek Village 9, located north of Northwest 150th Street and west of North MacArthur Boulevard, along with variance to the subdivision regulations.
Good afternoon. I'm Kendall Dillon with Craft & Toll, representing the applicant, and this is a final plat and that will complete the Deer Creek Village addition. So it's the last plat. I think there's 59 lots, 17 acres. Unfortunately, after we made the application, we realized I was going to tell you that it conforms to the approved preliminary plat, but we discovered that the preliminary plat expired 4 months ago, which explains why it's not on the consent docket and why there's 3 TEs, 2 of which we agreed to, but T number 2 is just a variance to extend the preliminary plat for the approval of this plat. So we'd ask for the variance, the extension, and approval of the plat.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Noble?
Thanks. Yes, I reviewed the case. It does meet everything except for the expiration of it after 5 years. So first we'll do the variance. Unless anybody else has anything to say? No. I'd like to make a motion to recommend approval of the variance to section 3.6.2.B.6.
A motion to approve the variance from Commissioner Noble. That's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. Variance is approved. Now the item.
I'd like to make a motion to recommend approval of case number C7755.
This is a final plat, so we are approving it, but we have a motion to approve the final plat from Commissioner Noble, and it's seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And that is approved.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Item 6.
This is KC 7744, preliminary plat of Buddies, located north of Northwest 16th Street and east of North MacArthur Boulevard.
We have an applicant present. Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm Steve Allen, the developer. My engineer is having some vehicular issues. So happy to answer any questions.
Can you tell us just a little bit about the application?
This is just a few acres of land that was behind a retail center that we're developing into duplex lots. And so we're just asking for this to be the plat to be approved.
Okay. So this, and in the absence of Commissioner Powers, so this is a preliminary plat. Are you agreeable to the technical evaluations that were provided by staff?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Any questions or comments from commissioners? Okay, I think we're just ready for a motion then.
With that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to recommend approval of preliminary plat C7744.
All right, we have a motion to approve the preliminary plat. It's been seconded by Commissioner Newman. Please cast your votes. Oh yeah, subject to the TEs. All right. And that is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 7.
This is case C7749, preliminary plat of Tall Grass Trails located east of North County Line Road and north of Northwest 150th Street, along with a variance to the subdivision regulations.
Good afternoon, David Box, 525 Northwest 11th Street, here on behalf of the applicant. This is a preliminary plat for a piece of property that came through not too long ago on the rezoning application that was recommended for approval. This is the preliminary plat that conforms to the subregs, except we do need a variance to the connection. There are a couple reasons why. One, the neighborhood to our east is of a different character of ours. They are larger lots, more rural in nature, which is one of the justifications listed in the subregs, land use incompatibilities. Secondly, the neighborhood to the east has filed a closing application to close off. And further, their right-of-way does not actually touch our property. The original developer failed to pull the right-of-way all the way to the western edge of that property. So even if we wanted to connect, there is not the available right-of-way there, and that neighborhood would be unwilling to grant us that right-of-way. When that was platted, for whatever reason, it was not brought all the way to the western property line.
So, yeah, is it going to be no man's land now, or?
Well, so what they'll do is they will close and vacate that stretch of street, and then property on the north will go to the property owner to the north, property on the south will go to the property owner to the south. So that stub will just go away and be consumed from an ownership standpoint by the houses on either side of it.
By an application?
I'm sorry?
By an application that we'll see?
Well,
I just want-
yes, but
Because I'd want to see the street gone.
yeah, the closing application will come through here. Ultimately, it's the district court action that vests property rights. But it's already been filed by Mr. Grubbs, and you will see that street gone.
This is Ward 1, so this is my ward. I was going to inquire about that because often, you know, we make a really, as a commission, we make a real hard push for connectivity.
Yeah.
And I can really see, you know, if there was a connection there, that the residents of the existing neighborhood to the east would be likely to use that to get out to County Line Road because it would be a closer connection. But given the circumstances, and granted we don't have anything to see that, that connection does not go all the way to the property line, that would be helpful.
We do connect to the north.
Right. I think that ship has sailed. Anyway, what I do have a question on is if you can provide some clarification on why all the common area was provided in one location up to the north.
I'll have Mark answer that specific question. What I can tell you is my belief is that the subdivision regulations do not have a requirement as it relates to the location of common area. I know this is a new discussion that we've been having over the last month or two, and as I typically say, the way to create policy is not by staff inserting it into technical evaluations in a staff report, but rather perhaps conversations to be had through study sessions with developers, et cetera. So in the absence of a provision from the subregs, when you're dealing with a plat, I'm not sure that there are anything in the subregs that would dictate location of common area. But why this specific location was decided on, I will let Mr. Grubb speak to.
Mark Grubbs, 1800 South Sarah Road, on behalf of the application. Due to the natural topography and everything, there's up at this area, there's actually some wetlands area that's on the eastern portion of that. And so we just felt like it would create more of a park-like atmosphere in this. The rest, the western portion of that, probably the eastern quarter of it is kind of is a wetlands, but the rest of it is not. And so the trees and everything will remain in there. And so we thought that would be a good area for the playground and other things to be adjacent to that.
Okay, it's hard to see on our black and white aerial, but there's existing tree cover there.
Yeah, you can see.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, where the hand was, that right there. But there's some of those trees that are not in that area, about where it says the A on DA on, yeah, right there. Everything west of that is still usable there, so.
Okay.
But we're gonna maintain the trees in that area, so.
Okay, and the neighborhood will have connectivity via sidewalks?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
And-
Okay.
And speaking more to the connection to the east, they were the only protesters on my original application, and the only thing they cared about is us not connecting to them. That was where it started. That's what I met with them about. To go in, to speak further to David's point, when I got our survey versus their plat, I realized that there's an 8-foot gap between us that the deceased previous developer still owns. It was never platted in between.
Okay,
So the distance from the south properties along 150th to that park is half a mile.
so it's a 10-minute walk, roughly. So I would like to see a little bit more distribution of green space, be a little bit more accessible to those lots on the south, but if we don't have anything in our regulations that specify, the dispersion of green space, then that's something that we'll have to take a look at.
A half-mile walk to a park in most of the world would be a very short distance.
But we could make it better here today.
Well, here's the problem, right? Like, zoning is this legislative function that's squishy and subjective, and we're trying to do our best to meet policies that are adopted via comprehensive plan, but not passed by city council. But then when you get to the plat stage, it's more like there's no gray. It's you meet the regs or you don't. Perhaps there are provisions that could be modified in subregs to get there. I know at one point years ago when it was the Yokel and Bright version of Planning Commission, they talked about it. I don't know whatever happened to that, but developers hire engineers to go design a product that conforms to all of the written rules that exist, and this one meets all those rules, save for the connection piece, which we have this unique circumstance.
Right. I think, again, that we'll probably start looking at this in the PUD stage is all.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
I just wanted to note that I don't agree that incompatibility is a valid reason at all to not do the stub. It's all housing. I don't think.
All R1,
It's
that's
not,
all single
yeah, it's not a compatibility issue, but I'm going to defer to Commissioner Clare on the whole right-of-way and 8-foot never platted, because I'm not familiar enough with it so that's not an
Fair
issue.
enough. The 8-foot issue is frankly the bigger issue.
Yeah.
If it is not platted to that western property line, there's nothing we can do. That means somebody privately owns that, or the HOA to the east owns that. We have no power of condemnation, and they're not going to give it to us, so.
Okay.
Wondering if they did that on purpose to keep from having to connect this later, you know?
I can just tell you that there was the surveyor made the mistake on the plat on the east. He didn't plat to the government lot line, so
We're
it
surveyor.
wasn't on purpose, but
Okay.
I think it predates your time, Mr. Privet. You're fine.
Oh, okay. He's that old?
All right. Well, my opinion is it's not perfect, but I can live with it. So I'm ready for a motion.
I'll do the variance first.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to recommend approval of variance to section 5.3.1.d.5 of the subdivision regulation.
We have a motion to approve the variance. It's been seconded by Commissioner Govine. Please cast your votes. Variance is approved. Now the item.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the preliminary plat for case number C7749,
Subject to the technical evaluations.
subject to the 7 technical evaluation.
All right, we have a motion to approve the preliminary plat, subject to the technical evaluations. It's been seconded by Commissioner Govine. Please cast your votes.
Thank you.
All right. Item is approved. Item 8.
Item 8 is KC 7753, preliminary plat of Penguin Place, located north of Southeast 59th Street and west of South Choctaw Road.
Hi, I'm Brady Ganiabadi. I'm the civil engineer on this project. This was rezoned to a PUD for a RA2 zoning, and so this is just the preliminary plat to move forward with developing the property.
All right, the question on everyone's minds, are we displacing penguins with this development?
I hope not.
Okay. Commissioner Privet, this is Ward 4.
All right. Yeah, I'm pretty good with this one. There's no water and sewer, but there's nothing less than 1.5 acres, so I can live with it. Some of them are 2. Got a floodway in there, but I'm all right with it. If somebody else has got anything to
I'll just ask, is the applicant agreeable to all the technical evaluations?
each, right? Yep.
Yes, yeah.
You are? Okay.
Okay. Any comments, questions from commissioners? All right, I think we're ready for a motion.
All right, I'll move to approve case number C7753, subject to the technical evaluation.
A motion from Commissioner Privet to approve the preliminary plat. It's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And that item is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 9.
Item 9 is KCE 1145, application to close 50 feet of the 20-foot east-west alley in Block 1 of Epworth Addition, east of North Blackwelder Avenue and north of Northwest 29th Street.
Mark Zitzel, 1 East Sheridan Avenue. This is a bit of a unique case where our client was issued a building permit that showed a parking lot within the alley. When he attempted to get CO on the property, it was then caught. A revocable permit was filed. A revocable permit was then denied. And at staff's request, we filed the application to close and ultimately vacate this portion of the project. So I don't know if you could see it, the aerial that yeah, you can kind of see the improvements are already done. So it's a bit unique in that we're here essentially asking for forgiveness, but that's because of an issued building permit that allowed construction to move forward. So happy to answer any questions. We would ask for your approval, and I think it's worth noting that if you looked further down the block, what you'll see is private paving and fences the whole way down. And so all of those are individually owned. There's not one owner on that whole block, so the odds of getting every single owner to agree to reopen that alley is pretty unlikely.
Okay. This is Commissioner Powers' ward. Any questions or comments from commissioners?
No, I'll say that I was on the pre-meeting with her, with the applicant, and she was in agreement, so.
Okay, very good. Well, I think we're just need a motion for a recommendation to City Council.
With that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a recommendation for approval to case number CE 1145 with the one technical evaluation.
We have a motion to recommend approval, City Council, subject to the technical evaluation. That's been seconded by Commissioner Govine. Please cast your votes. And that item is recommended for approval.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 10.
Item 10 is case CE 1147, application to close 149.93 feet of the 16-foot east-west alley in Block 1 of Lindley's addition, west of North Blackwelder Avenue and south of West Main Street.
David Box, 525 Northwest 11th, here on behalf of the applicant. This is an alley closing request. Staff notes that the alley requested to be closed is not improved or used by the public. It also does not meet the standard width of an alley. If you look at an aerial, it's been fenced off for who knows how long. Main Street in Blackwelder is one of the obviously oldest parts of the city. It is undoubtedly not ever perhaps been used for an alley. So no technical evaluations. Happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Govine, this is your ward.
Yes, I don't have any concerns on this site. As staff report notes, it's to consolidate the property that abuts the alley on either side. It's not improved, it's not being used by the public, and does not meet standard width of an alley. Does not affect connectivity in the area. So I'm in agreement, and with that, I would move to recommend approval of CE 1147.
All right. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Govine to recommend approval. It's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And that item is recommended for approval.
Thank you.
Item 11.
This is CE 1148, application to close a 5.12 foot by 33.48 foot portion of the north-south utility easement on Lot 10 and Block 10 of the Abbott Lake Section 2, west of Gibbs Drive and south of Southeast 84th Street.
Once again, David Box, 525 Northwest 11th. This is a closing of a portion of utility easement. Building was built slightly encroaching. It is worth noting that under the utility section in the staff report, staff says it cuts down the total easement to approximately 15 feet, which will be sufficient for this main due to the depth and location of the main. So with that, staff recommends approval with no TEs. Happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Privet, this is Ward 4.
I believe there's a water main in there.
Electric line.
Electric line, yeah.
Really? Out in the middle of that field?
I'm sorry?
That's a weird place for an electric easement. I was like, crap on the house, I know it
It's
well.
a UE.
Yeah, you're right, I know. Okay, hey Dustin.
Hey, it's actually a sanitary sewer main,
Ah,
and
okay.
it's just the normal 5 to 6 feet deep.
The sewer's on the other property actually too, right?
Yes, the sewer is actually 2.5 feet to the east of the property line. So it's actually on the other property as well.
Right, okay, that makes a lot of sense.
There's a buried electric line.
Okay, I don't really have any issue. If somebody else wants to discuss, I know we've been
Well,
through this thing before, so.
I want to make the comment, you know, we've seen a number of these. I think I felt an increase in these types of applications come before us here in the recent months because a builder builds the house in the wrong spot.
Yep,
And that is going to only become more and more common as we build bigger homes on smaller lots, which we see the trend is doing. We don't have as much flexible space to work with on the lot. So we need something in place that I mean, right now we can only fix it after the fact.
right.
We need to find a way that we can catch it beforehand and have the developer be responsible for that. So anyway, I just wanted to make that statement. I think it's
Okay.
important that we can't keep doing what we're doing here.
In my opinion, the only way to do it is to perform an ALTA survey on the whole site before you go, before it even starts, and that's a little cost prohibitive for a lot. So. But then again,
Well, in cases like this, it's already a plat, so it would just be a PIN survey is your list of required inspections on your building permit.
right, but
$300 to $500 deal. I promise they've spent more than that on this case right now.
that's after the fact.
Yeah.
And, you know, But, yeah, I don't know what we can do about it. I know we, as a planning commission, can't do anything about it, but it is an issue for sure. All that said, I'll go ahead and approve CE 1148.
A motion from Commissioner Privet to recommend approval. City Council. It's been seconded by Commissioner Newman. Please cast your votes.
Thank you.
That item is recommended for approval. Item 12 has been continued. Item 13.
This is case PC 10978, application to rezone 20 Southeast 27th Street from I-2 to R1.
Is the applicant present? This is Plain States Holdings. All right, we'll move this to the end and come back to it, give them a chance to get here if they're not. We'll move to item 14.
This is PUD 2029-SP01, application for a specific plan pursuant to PUD 2029, located at 8512 Southwest 29th Street.
Good afternoon, David Box, 525 Northwest 11th Street. This is a specific plan for a project that you may remember. There was quite a bit of discussion at the Planning Commission, ultimately at City Council as well. In the end, it was approved after lots of negotiations with neighbors, lots of modifications to the site plan. So what we now have before you is a specific plan that conforms to all of the provisions of the PUD. Happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Meek, this is Ward 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look through, it does look to comply with the PUD. I know this is a special permit. I do remember this apartment development coming in, and that it was tied to improvements of the intersection in County Line Road being 4-laned prior to the issuance of a CO, and that's still part of this. Do we have anyone to speak on this?
No, I don't have anyone signed up to speak.
Okay. Any other commissioners have any questions or concerns? Okay. I'd like to move to approve the PUD 2029 SP01.
A motion to approve the specific plan. And I'll just note for the record that staff's review of the specific plan for the development indicates the proposal is consistent with PUD 2029 Master Design Statement and the Master Development Plan as amended. That item's been seconded by Commissioner Newman. Please cast your votes.
Thank you.
That is approved. Item 15.
This is SP 601, application for a special permit to operate use unit 8300.56, participant recreation and entertainment outdoor in the C3 district at 13700 Northeastern Avenue.
Good afternoon. My name is Shane LaBeth, 3241 Southwest 93rd Street. I'm the architect for this project, and I'm representing the applicant. It is an existing indoor event center for events or weddings, banquets. And we went and met with the city to try to understand how to incorporate outdoor events. And so had a good meeting with them, received some good feedback. And so the outdoor entertainment will really be weddings, events. Not going to have any kind of wild rock concerts out there, but we do have a ribbon cutting today. So we went through the actual building permit process to do the renovation to the existing building. And here to answer any questions yet.
Commissioner Harrison, this is your ward. You want to lead the discussion?
Sure, not a problem. Has anybody signed up to speak?
I do not have anyone signed up to speak.
Seems to be in line with everything I'm seeing. I recommend approval.
I do have a couple questions, just
Go right
because of the proximity. We've got R4 and a retirement center to the north.
Yeah,
Your outdoor events. Can you give us some more specifics on what that could look like?
Yeah, mostly weddings. You're looking at we have an area there where we'll have a wedding ceremony. We might have an area where they can sit outside and maybe do some covered seating. I do have the owner here with me, Clint. He might be able to maybe answer a couple more questions about different events you're looking at, so come on up and we can.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yeah, so we have a property where we have an indoor reception hall, groom suites, bridal suites. Outside, we have a big pond, we have a creek, we have a waterfall, we have a little low-lying area underneath a canopy of trees that we're going to do some outdoor ceremonies. So if you're looking at the map and you see restaurant, go straight to the right. That kind of swells down into a low area where it's covered in trees. The retirement center, Teal Ridge, is on the opposite end of what we're looking at. So it's back to the north, and we have full, authority from them, as we have a relationship with them as well. Anticipate these weddings being early evening, and then the reception moving indoors to the building.
Okay.
Would you be agreeable that any outdoor music, if it occurs, either it not be permitted or it end by a certain time?
Sure. Yeah, as long as it's not too early.
Yeah. No, I mean, I would say, 9, 10 o'clock.
Yeah. I don't anticipate us needing to have any kind of music after 10 o'clock
Okay.
out there.
Do you own the property, all the C3 property around it?
We do. We own all the way to the corner of Eastern Memorial up against Memorial Road Church of Christ, and then we own that north plot just west of Teal Ridge. Looks like the state of Utah. It's basically what we own there. Yeah.
Okay. So,
As far as timelines, I'd like to see something like earlier on the weekdays and then maybe Friday, Saturday, Sunday, a later time.
okay.
Yeah, I just want to see restrictions on the outdoor.
So what would that look like to you?
Say 11 o'clock on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and 9 o'clock on weeknights.
Okay. This is Commissioner Harrison's ward. I'm going to ask his thoughts on that.
No, and with having a wife who's an event planner, I can guarantee who she's familiar with this particular property as well. Yeah, I would appreciate 9 o'clock and 11 o'clock as well, but I can assure you that everything's probably going to be done around 8:30, and then they move themselves inside. Typically, that's what we see with that particular property.
Okay.
It's more of a concern of just the use unit on the property. I mean, because they could sell it and have an outdoor use, and then it turns into, whatever land. They do whatever. So, yeah, I have no doubt they're probably going to do just fine, but it's just for protection for later.
So I think our typical TE is like no outdoor amplified music past 9 p.m. Monday through Sunday through Thursday, and then that would be extended to 11 p.m. Friday, Saturday. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
You're in agreement with that?
Sure.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Okay, I think we're just ready for a motion.
Okay. Motion to recommend or approve with the adjoining TEs.
We have a motion to recommend approval, subject to the technical evaluation that there shall be no outdoor amplified music Monday through Thursday after 9 p.m. and after 11 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays. Excuse me, it's Sunday through Thursday. 9 p.m. Sunday through Thursday. All right, that's been seconded by Commissioner Noble. Please cast your votes. All right, that item is recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 16.
This is SPUD 1744, application to rezone 3908 Northwest 36th Street from O2.
Good afternoon. Braden Schaefer with Crafton Toll & Associates at 300 Point Parkway Boulevard. I'm here representing the applicant on a rezoning from O2 to a SPUD for multifamily. We do have one TE on the project. It is for driveway spacing. We've had discussions with Public Works, and we would ask that you would Recommend this for approval, deleting TE1. Happy to answer any questions.
This is Commissioner Powers' ward, and she's not here. I'm going to ask for Mr. Lodge to come up. So you don't want to accept the TE that driveway spacing shall meet public works requirements?
Correct. We can't actually meet that spacing requirement at all.
Okay.
Requirement would be 150 feet, and with the existing driveway to the east, the most we could get is 110.
Okay. Barry, you got any insight on this?
Barry Lodge, Public Works. We did have conversations with the applicant on this because of the driveway spacing. And due to the existing drives that are along 36th Street, they can't meet it going either direction. We did ask them to look at flipping that site plan because we can get more distance from the driveway that's to the west than we can from the east. Kind of the issue that comes up with that, though, is now it has the apartment buildings backing up to the residents on the east side. And we ultimately looked at it that there'll be less traffic conflict with the one residential structure than there will be with the driveway to the west, which I think is more of a commercial nature. And so there's going to be more traffic coming out of each one of those. So that was kind of our reasoning for saying, yeah, they can't meet it either way. Let's look at what might be the lesser issue with it, and that was our conclusion on it.
So your preferred, Public Works' preferred location is opposite of what's shown?
Yeah, there's an existing driveway that's on that west property line, or near the west property line right now, and that would have been, just looking at driveway locations, that would have been the preferred spot to have the driveway placed. If we look at the site plan issues, then there's some other things that may complicate that a little bit, but that was why we did visit with them about looking at possibly flipping the site to the other side.
And I'm just trying to get a handle on what's going on either side. I'm looking at the aerial, and it's kind of hard to see at the scale that we have it, but it looks like there's one residential, single-family residence to the, what would be the east. And then you said on the west, that operates more like a commercial property?
It's zoned for office.
Office, okay. All right. Commissioners, any thoughts on this?
Do you have a recommendation for maybe what the TE should say for the drive?
What does it say right now? I don't have it in front of me, sorry.
It just, right now it says the driveway spacing must comply with all applicable city ordinances and policies for major arterial streets.
I think based on our comments that we could probably strike that TE and just make the statement that the driveway will be constructed in accordance with the site plan, the master development plan that's included with this application.
I just want to make it, when he goes to permitting, that it doesn't.
Yeah, we don't want this question to come up again. So I think that's probably the easiest way to do that would be to strike that TE, since when we really look at it, they can't comply with that arterial street driveway spacing regardless of where they put the driveway. Even if they go to the location where the existing drive is on the west property line, they don't meet that driveway spacing. So that's probably the easiest way to address that.
And within the application, it does make that correction?
Okay, we're having a little side talk over here about the statement in the SPUD application on item number 9 on the access. It does say a maximum of one driveway shall be permitted onto Northwest 36th Street within this SPUD. Maybe we have them we modify that statement to add the clause at the end to comply with the master development plan included as part of the SPUD application. And that way we don't get rid of the TE completely, we modify it to modify that access statement. Makes sense?
I think so. All right, any other questions, comments? Who wants to make a run at the motion with the amended TE?
Guess that's me. I would like to make a motion to recommend approval of SPUD 1744 with the change to item number 9, access.
Wait, can I try?
Okay. With whatever Sarah says.
Sure. Well, I was just going to say, amend the access section to specify that the driveway location shall be as shown in Exhibit B.
So then we are deleting TE1.
With the deletion of TE number 1.
And amending the access section in the master design statement as read into the record by Ms. Sarah Welch. All right, so we have a motion to recommend the item City Council. It's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And that is recommended for approval. Thank you. Item 17.
This is SPD 1762, application to rezone 2717 Watermark Boulevard from PUD 1901.
Charles Allen with Allen Engineering, representing the applicant. This site's actually under construction, and this SPUD is basically the same as SPUD or PUD 1901. This is just to allow, or not just to allow, but to allow a second entrance onto Northwest 149th Street at the northwest corner of the property. So, happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Commissioner Noble, this is Ward 8.
Review the application. This is pretty simple. The applicant is actually constructing 149th.
Right.
As part of the original PUD. Anything from anyone sign up to speak?
I do not have anyone sign up to speak.
Anything from any commissioners?
Nope.
With that, I'd like to make a motion to recommend approval of SPUD 1762 with no TEs.
All right. We have a motion to recommend the item City Council from Commissioner Noble. It's been seconded by Commissioner Privet. Please cast your votes. And it's recommended for approval.
Thank you.
Item 18.
This is SPUD 1733, application to rezone 4625 Northwest 39th Street from R1 and C3.
Good afternoon. My name is Zora Mazroy. I'm the property owner for 4625 Northwest 39 and 4008 North Libby. Frontage is a C3 existing. We requested to use the property because both of them we own it. It's over 12,000 square feet. We requested to use it as a used car dealer and change the R1 to C3 if it's possible.
Okay. Again, Commissioner Powers Ward, and she's not here. I think we have some thoughts from her. But I'll start with any questions or comments from commissioners? No? Okay. My understanding is that she passed along some additional items. I know she was in discussions with you.
Yes.
But she passed along some additional items that you might not be aware of. So one of those being the height of outdoor lighting, security lighting shall be no taller than the eaves of the existing primary structure. Were you aware of that request?
Yes, she already explained it to me, and I have the lease from A to E. I agree with that. I don't have any problem.
You agree with all of those?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And then the existing technical evaluations 1 and 2?
Yeah, exactly.
Those would just, one was at the time of construction, the driveway along Northwest 39th shall be modified to comply with City of Oklahoma City driveway requirements. And then the second one was to add to the section regarding sidewalks. Any repair or replacement of existing sidewalks shall be provided in accordance with City of Oklahoma City Municipal Code and ADA requirements at the time of construction.
Sure.
SPUD. So you're in agreement with all that?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Any questions, comments?
My only question for staff is that those are written into the application, A through E. Do we have to make those all TEs?
Yep. Sarah Welch, Planning Department. Yeah, no, these were, I'll apologize to Commissioner Powers, even though she's not here, that we didn't get those into the master design statement in time for the report. So they're listed here as items A through E, and so those would all have to be added as TEs at the end, and then we'll modify the master design statement accordingly before it goes to council.
So we'll just need to read those in as additional TEs.
Or just reference the staff report if you want.
That would make it
TEs
quicker.
Okay.
To include A through E.
Okay.
Oh, perfect.
Anything else for anyone?
What, the question I have is on D, it says a site-proof fence shall be required on the western boundary of Track 2. That would be up the western boundary. I don't know which one's Track 2.
Track 2 is the R1, it's the one to the north.
Okay.
So it's shown on ours as the R1.
Okay.
Seems to make sense with the residential across the road, but.
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense that there's not one on the north property line. Up against, yeah, they just did a buffer. A landscape buffer, but with no fence.
With that being C3, I think they have to have a fence.
Okay.
Yeah.
Against the R1.
I think that's
Yes,
right.
I agree. Is it the back? Yeah, we're gonna do the fence. We're gonna cover that.
Okay, we're ready for a motion.
With that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to recommend approval SPUD 1733 with TEs number 1 and 2 and adding TEs 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, which coincide with the plan conformance considerations in this application, A through E.
In the staff report. Yep. All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Noble to recommend approval to City Council, subject to the technical evaluations as read in. It's been seconded by Commissioner Govine. Please cast your votes. That item passes.
Thank you.
It's recommended for approval.
Thank you so much.
Good luck. Item 19.
This is SPUD 1747, application to rezone 632 Massachusetts Avenue from R1.
Hello, Fallon Brooks Magnus, Jollybird Design, representing the applicant, 11 Northeast 11th Street.
What can you tell us about the application?
Sorry, so we're taking a single lot that's on a corner, and we're going to put 3 residences, 1 facing Massachusetts and 2 facing Northeast 6th Street. So, there's a lot of development in this area.
All right. Commissioner Harrison, this is Ward 7. Would you like to lead the conversation?
Sure. Is anyone signed up to speak?
I do not have anyone signed up to speak.
Okay, did have an opportunity to have a conversation with a couple of the residents, and they're actually very excited about this particular development.
Oh, okay. I thought you asked if I had an opportunity. I was like, did I miss an email?
No.
Sorry.
It's not too far from my place of business,
Oh,
so
good.
I had an opportunity
Okay.
to drive it and speak with some neighbors. So they're excited about this piece of vacant land being developed, and of course there is still quite a bit of development going on in that area right now. So, staff have anything?
No? Anything from other commissioners? I think we're ready for a motion.
Recommend approval.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Harrison to recommend the item to City Council for approval. It's been seconded by Commissioner Govine. Please cast your votes. And is recommended for approval. Good luck.
Thank you.
Item 20.
This is SPUD 1750, application to rezone 1801 East Madison Street from R1 and HNO to SPUD 1750 and HNO.
Fallon Brooks Magnus, Jollybird Design, representing the applicant, 11 Northeast 11th Street. So this is one of those ones where, so we're zoned R1 here, and there's actually 3 dwellings on the lot, and they have been there for a very long time. So we're just trying to zone it into compliance. Because the existing owner cannot refinance the property currently, so.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Harrison, again, it's Ward 7.
Staff doesn't have any complaints?
I do not have anyone signed up to speak.
Okay. Not recommend approval.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Harrison to recommend approval to the City Council of SPUD 1750. It's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And it's recommended for approval. All right, brings us to item 21.
This is SPD 1757, application to rezone 1420 Southeast 19th Street from R1 and AE2 to SPUD 1757 and AE2.
Timothy Berry, 1420 Southeast 19th. We're proposing a commercial building complex, 7 buildings, 40 by 60s. 0 setback on the south side, 5-foot spacing between.
Commissioner Privet, this is your ward, and I do have someone signed up to speak.
Good. Good that we did. Yeah, let's hear from them.
You want to hear from them?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't have a name. I just have TL&D Enterprises.
That's me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Did you?
TLD Enterprise.
I presume you're in support of the application.
I am.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, that makes that one easy. All right, back to you, Commissioner Privet.
Okay. 0 setback on the south side. Is that an alleyway? What is that? I can't really see.
It looks.
Yes, that is an alley.
Alley?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I can live with that then. I guess, well, you were the only one signed up to speak, so.
Well, that's 5 foot.
You got something, Bobby? Yeah.
Well, there was 7 buildings shown plus a future building, but you guys asked for 10.
I didn't hear you.
So I counted that there were 7 buildings shown on your site plan and
Yes.
a future building that looks like it's shoved right up against 19th Street.
Southeast 19th, yes, sir.
But you asked for 10 buildings?
Now, I talked to
wouldn't
someone
be
at the city
possible.
just before he came, and the building on 19th is really not that big a deal. We just threw that on there just in case in the future we're wanting to do something. The 7 buildings is the primary.
Okay, and that one wouldn't be allowed as it's shown, the way I understand it. Because you got a 25-foot setback. Well, no, that would be 30 foot, so. Well, Sarah, the comment in the conformance considerations about the potential building on the north.
I'm so sorry. I didn't understand the question.
Sorry, I can't talk.
I know.
fast.
I'm sorry. Is it regarding the building? Is it regarding the building on the north?
Yes, the comment that it could not be placed because of the 25-foot.
Sure. Yeah. So, our team has discussed this with the applicant. There's a 25
Right.
foot setback proposed on the north,
Yeah.
which will make it really difficult for the building to be placed there. But the applicant's aware,
Okay.
correct, of the northern building, the challenges.
I don't know of a northern building.
I'm sorry, the one along 19th Street.
Oh, yes.
Yes,
Please
yes.
forgive, yes.
Yeah, okay.
We've had that discussion.
All right, cool. Just want to make sure. All that said, if nobody else has got anything else, I'll recommend approval of SPUD 1757.
Do we need to
And
make any
also
note of
the TE, were you aware of the TE sidewalks?
I am not.
Okay. The TE is asking you to abide by city code and build sidewalks along, was that 119th?
Okay, now there's no sidewalks at all on Southeast 19th.
Right, I'm aware. We just need to clear it up, make sure that.
So the city has a policy with all development that in specific pedestrian areas that sidewalk is, that the developer, at the time of developing the property, constructs sidewalks. So that's just standard city requirements.
Now, I own both corners of Southeast 19th that's been developed already through you guys on the north and south. There's no sidewalks, nothing there. There's actually a drainage.
Bring it up, man.
No curb and gutter?
No curb and gutter, it's just a natural drainage. The city came in a handful of years ago and completely redid South I-35 Prospect, and they freshened all that up, and it's got real good drainage.
Okay, I'm gonna ask Public Works and Barry's Lodge to come up and ask if you're familiar with that area, can provide any insight.
Berry Lodge, Public Works. I'm not 100% familiar with the site. I do see that it has a 60-foot right-of-way. From previous cases in the past several years, you know, kind of my starting spot with these developments is that we start with sidewalk. And just because there's not a sidewalk out there now, somebody's got to be the first one. And the area is going to continue to develop. And that's kind of the way that we have started with this, and it's been the Public Works policy to require that. We've gotten overruled on some of them, but that's always my starting spot, is that we need to require the sidewalk. And we have on other residential developments and other types of developments, even in areas where there's not a curb and gutter street, the sidewalk can be placed back at the property line to get it away from the drainage ditches that are there to carry the water. So I think there's location to put that, and so that's our recommendation with it. And from there, I leave it in y'all's hands.
Now, I do.
Is there a possibility to do a fee in lieu of?
So currently with the sidewalk ordinance, and we have made some exceptions to this in some cases, the ordinance reads that the fee in lieu of sidewalk is only applicable if there is a planned CIP or bond related construction project for that street, which isn't going to be applicable here. So typically where we have been in favor of a fee in lieu of sidewalk is where there's a hardship created. For instance, if there's a major drainage structure that goes across the road that would have to be extended in order for the sidewalk to go across that structure, that creates a hardship on the part of the developer. So we've looked at that as exceptions, and it's typically been there that we've been in favor of the fee in lieu of sidewalk.
And just looking at it in this piece of property with the bar ditch and the elevation changes, it's going to be difficult without a retaining wall to get an ADA sidewalk in there. That's just looking at it. That's all I was bringing up.
Okay.
I still think they should do one or the other.
Minor difficulty.
Yeah, it can be done.
We've seen much more.
Right.
Now, guys, I do own the entire block on the south side except for the very last.
Yeah, so it'll look really good with a brand new sidewalk all the way across your property.
The whole block,
There's really a good drainage.
And what you need to do is fight for that road to be built to city standard with new curb and gutter.
Say that again.
I said, and then what you need to do is fight for that road to get built back with city standard with new curb
The
and gutter.
road is pretty tough, so.
Yep.
Yeah.
I got something I'd like to talk about. I'm not so worried about the sidewalks.
Lily?
I'm not so worried about the sidewalks. One of the issues that I have is the building separations, being commercial buildings, being 5 foot apart.
Yep.
There's a lot of warnings here in our staff report. One of them says, right after on building setback lines, it says you're asking for 5 feet on the sides, but then it says building separation shall be per building and fire code. So in my experience, that means that it needs to be 20 foot apart, or if you get within 20 feet, you're gonna have to be doing fire rated walls. Then on the next page, under the fire department, they said objection. They talked about minimum 20-foot drives, front future building not being able to meet the setback, but then they have a sentence that says will have construction issues with the building designs at permit stage. And that is once again referring to the 5 foot separation in between buildings. So I wanted to just make sure you were aware that if this goes through as written, that you might have the entitlement on this spud to think you can do whatever you're going to do, but they put into the design that you have to meet codes at the time of the building permit, which means they might have to be 20 foot apart or fire rated.
Well, 20 foot, I can't build, the project goes away. I had a discussion with someone from the city. They called me and we discussed the 5 foot setback. It was 7.6 on the east and west. We changed it to 5 foot. And then at that time, we agreed on with the SPUD to do a 5 foot spacing as well between the buildings.
But it's,
Okay, so my question's for the other commissioners.
At permitting, he's going to run into what you're saying.
What I'm saying
How do
is.
we stop that?
You can't.
That's what I'm trying to bring up.
You have to meet the fire code.
you have to, it's in there.
Or do a firewall
Yes, sir.
on the interior of the buildings?
Yes, sir. And when you're down to 5 foot, it's like a 3 hour on each side. So you're talking
Cinder block.
cinder block.
Block wall.
Oh, wow.
Yes,
Yep,
sir.
Yep. Now, I was under the impression that we could do I was trying to do closer than that, and whoever I talked to from the city, I think it was city planning, that they told me that we was going to be able to do that.
Well, setbacks and building separation are two different things, though. You've got 5 foot setbacks, but your building separation is per code, per fire code.
Yeah.
It's per the building code. It doesn't
So
have
there's
anything
no way
to
we
do with your
can
zoning.
adjust that at all?
Yeah, what I'm saying is your pretty site plan picture is not going to be worth the paper it's written on when you get to a building permit, and I'm just wanting to let you know that.
So maybe all this is,
You could get there,
You
but
still
you're-
get the zoning.
huh?
You still have the zoning for it.
zoning, but-
It's
Right,
just-
right, but I
you still
can't
have-
put the
you have to
7
meet building
buildings.
code.
I'll have to put 20 foot spacing or do a brick wall.
Yep.
Yep.
Well, there's different ways of achieving fire ratings per the
Yeah.
building code that.
Right. You
You know,
can sprinkle them.
masonry
Right.
wall is one of them, but
There's a way to do
the
it.
square footage is
Yes.
worth more than the cost of the fire rated wall.
Right.
If, architecturally getting that through code, I don't think that is a huge obstacle.
There's a way to do one with triple layer, 5/8 on each side, and then cover it with the cladding. I mean,
Well, I think,
talking about
I
interior.
think there's a way to get there, but I don't think.
I'm not even sure it's actually 3 hours though, is the thing, is like, your openings would be limited, and
Yes.
it could be 2
100.
hours. You 0 openings, but
Right.
these are industrial buildings anyway, so I'm assuming you're probably not planning on having windows in there.
Right.
Or doors. And
I
so-
just
No
want to
space,
let,
nothing in between them at all, just walls.
right.
I mean,
You just need to be aware that you do have to meet all of the building codes,
Right.
even with the zoning that you get with this SPUD.
Right, you could do the 5 foot setbacks.
Yep.
But when you get the building permit, you're going to have a problem. You're going to have the setbacks granted in your zoning, but not be able to build it without it meeting fire code.
There you go. This is the reason I'm here. No one has said that to me at all up to this point. And everybody, it had acted like it was way fine for the 5 foot setback.
Right.
Actually, when it was initially supposed to be 6 foot spacing, and I thought we had 6 foot spacing, not 20. And with the 6 foot setback, we had spacing, we didn't have enough distance. So we was asking for 5 because 6 was the number, is what I understood.
Again, we're just cautioning you.
Oh, 100%.
So, because you don't want to build these and then not get an occupancy permit.
Absolutely, it's junk.
Yeah.
Okay, so we understand that we can approve the zoning today, but that doesn't mean that you can go build exactly what's on this plan. So, are you good with that?
Well, it sounds like I have to be. I would like a little more help if I could get it, but if whatever we need here, from here, I need to go to permitting, correct?
And if you want to, we can defer this and you can maybe make sure things get further down the road before we approve the zoning as it is.
It's going to be zoned no matter, it's commercial, it's already, I think, set up for urban development or initially.
Right, it's just that it's a SPUD, and so there's some changes that could be made if you were to need to do that.
I hear your recommendation, is that,
well, can I, I'm gonna, since we're diving into this issue, so there's, 30 feet of separation between, 7 buildings here.
yep,
Your buildings are fairly small, so
40 by 60s.
the maximum, so one way to solve this would be to squeeze three buildings together and have a 20-foot drive between the two. So you redistribute your 5-foot separations and make one bigger
Make
building
square footage.
with party walls.
Then bring fire code in.
Yeah, so you get a fire truck in between. There's a couple different ways to solve that, and that might reduce your amount of fire-rated walls as well.
Right.
So, I know that you're going to have to do some adjustments to get the building permit fully
Please
approved through
forgive,
fire.
is that where he was suggesting to change weight on the spud to where maybe come in with 3 buildings instead of 7 and
You could, but my understanding of what we're approving here is that
should be able
up
to do
to a maximum of 10 buildings, a minimum of 5-foot separation. That doesn't mean you can't do fewer buildings and more separation.
even with the spud we're getting.
Even with this spud.
Yep.
I'd love to receive it then.
Okay.
Okay.
And,
All right.
as much as I'd like to see sidewalks down almost the entire block, I'm not sure this is the one to die on to force them to do it in this area. A better street for sure. So I'm not going to push that one, but if anybody else has any other comments.
Well, I would say if the street was curb and guttered and
Yeah.
there was no sidewalk, then we say do it. But,
Yeah, for sure,
the
exactly.
street should be brought up to city standards, and so
And
as
when
part
they
of
do
that,
that, they'll build sidewalks normally.
well, they'll have to put storm drainage in, fill the bar ditch, put sidewalks, and then there's room for sidewalks. So,
Yeah.
all right.
Okay, we'll strike, we'll approve move for approval of the application, striking TE1, SPUD 1757.
All right, I have a motion from Commissioner Privet to recommend the item to City Council, striking TE1. Second by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And that is recommended for approval at City Council. Good luck.
Thanks, everybody.
Item 22.
Item 22 is case PUD 2085, application to rezone 3900 South Henny Road from RA.
Good afternoon, Mark Grubbs, 1800 South Sarah Road on behalf of the application. This is an existing platted subdivision called Arrow Heights. It's currently zoned RA. The only reason that we wrote the PUD was to reduce the side yard setbacks to from 25 feet to 15 feet, and that is to build a wider, more desirable footprint. And that there's a new builder that came into the addition, wants a wider footprint on this lot. So we're asking to change the side yard setbacks from 25 to 15 through the use of this PUD. Staff recommends approval. There's no Ts. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Privet, this is your ward. I do have a couple of questions, but I want you to start us off.
The sewer and water, no water? No sewer, neither
There's
one?
no water or sewer in that subdivision, no. Currently, houses are approximately 3,000 to 4,000 plus square feet in the addition, but the new builder wants to not necessarily increase the size of the house, but a wider footprint.
Okay, and the number of lots, I forget, I'm sorry.
It's 17 lots on 20 acres. I don't know how many of the lots have not been built upon at this point, so.
So the developer wants to build a wider but not necessarily deeper home.
Correct.
So I see lots of existing trees on the rears of these lots. That means you're going to be able to save a lot more of the existing trees?
I would assume he's going to try to save as much money in grading these lots as possible. He's not going to take down the trees. Trees are desirable for the sale of the lots. Knowing this client, he's going to try to save those trees.
Looking at the aerial, that does appear to be what he's doing.
Say it again.
Looking at the aerial, that does appear to be what he's doing.
Well, he still has left the back of the lots in the trees. He's, cleared, and looks like he's saved the trees on the side yards as much as he thought he could.
Well, I was just wondering if we're going to give them more developable area and reduce separation, I'm wondering if they could give us something, meaning more rear lot setback in possibly a tree preservation easement or something.
Arabic, some kind of easement. That's my main concern is, the lots are already, minimum of what I want for no sewer water. Below minimum. But
Which the setback is 25 foot in RA, and that's what they originally platted it to.
Yep.
We kept it the same, yeah.
Are any of these houses, do you know that are any of them already built past the 25-foot setback?
They are not. No, that's not the reason. I mean, if that was the reason, I would show you that, yeah. And if it is, I'm not aware of it.
And you don't know how many are already built, so.
Well, we had a similar application, I don't know, it was a month or two ago that we came in and did, it was an existing PUD, and we came back in with a new PUD to reduce from 25 to 15, and it was approved. It's same developer, Joe Bryant, and likely he's brought in new builders that are looking at wider footprints, and that's why he's asking for it on this.
And it's not going to increase. It's not going to increase the density. There's not going to be any more homes.
There's only
It's just-
17 lots. We're not replatting it.
Right. It's just that the conformity of some houses are going to be 20 feet closer to each other than the other houses.
He did say he could agree to a deeper rear yard. He said how much. That was, I mean, that's who I was texting. I mean,
1 to 1.2.
That just shows me he's not looking to get to the back of those lots. He's just
What is the existing rear yard?
25.
You go 50?
Yeah.
I mean, they're deep. I don't think you have any problem with that.
Might keep you from building a shed back there or something, but,
They'll just come get a variance.
But anyways, not even get a
And I would add to that I would prefer to not see any trees disturbed within that 50 feet, existing trees.
We could agree to 40 feet is what he just texted me. I asked him 50 and he responded with 40.
All right.
I can live with 40.
It's
15 for 15, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, but we got 15 each side, so that's 30.
Well, yeah, okay, never mind. I like it.
No. All right, Commissioner Privet, this is your ward, so I'll let you.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and approve PUD 2085 with the TE of 40-foot rear setbacks.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Privet to recommend the item for approval. City Council, subject to TE that the rear yard setback shall be 40 feet. It's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And that item is recommended for approval. Item 23.
This is PUD 2087, application to rezone 9700 Southwest 44th Street from AA.
Mark Grubbs, 1800 South Sarah Road, on behalf of the application. This is a PUD for a mixed-use development that is on the east side of Morgan Road, just south of 44th. The turnpike abuts this property on the south. There is a single TE that specifies maximum number of stories for the multifamily, and we could agree to 3 stories on that. Be happy to answer any questions. We would ask for your approval.
Commissioner Meek, this is Ward 3. I do have someone signed up to speak.
Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and listen to whoever signed up to speak, please.
Okay, is it Mr. Aaron Lassiter?
Yes, sir.
I'm here on behalf of our neighbors to request a deferral to meet with the developer and get a full briefing on proposed plans. We have a number of concerns that we'd like to discuss with the developer, including big changes around our family farms around there, water drainage issues with the creek that runs around there, and flooding concerns, traffic issues that are currently already a problem, and the safety of our livestock. We were never contacted about these plans before we received the letter in the mail 2 weeks ago, and we'd like to discuss these in more detail if we can.
I'll agree to a deferral to meet with them. Can we just do a month?
Thank you. Yeah, and Mr. Groves, if you let me know when it is, I'd
happy to do
be
so.
happy to attend. Okay. Would that be, Sarah, would that be 9/25? What would the date be there?
No, that'd be the 11th.
The first one, yeah.
Okay, 9/11? Okay, thanks. Okay.
Good day.
With that, I'd like to recommend a deferral of PUD 2087 to September 11th.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Meek to defer the item to the September 11th meeting. It's been seconded by Commissioner Newman. Please cast your votes. And that item is deferred. We'll see you again.
Thank you.
Item 24.
This is PUD 2089, application to rezone 14201 North Hiwassee Road from AA.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Brandon Kuhn, 2832 West Wilshire, on behalf of McKinnon Capital. This is a 40-acre tract on North Hiwassee Road, currently zoned AA. We're proposing 8 single-family residential lots, each averaging around 5 acres. The design is consistent with the low-density suburban rural character of the area and with the uses already permitted under the existing zoning. Our request comes down to 2 specific adjustments. One is the minimum lot width to reduce from 150 feet to 50 feet, but only for 4 flag-shaped lots in the rear. This preserves the large acreage living while making efficient use of the property's depth and the driveway separation, so reducing that from 150 feet along Hiwassee Road, allowing each lot its own private drive without materially affecting traffic or safety. This area is not served by city water or sewer, so each home will have its private well and septic system. We're committed to protecting healthy, mature trees and minimizing disturbance to the site. There are 2 technical evaluations from the staff. So the driveway separation is really the main reason that we're here. And within our development, we can meet the 150 feet, except for on tract 4, there's a power pole right in the middle of that lot where the driveway would go. So we need to locate it a little north or a little south of that. So that might be reduced to 125 feet. And then on the north, that driveway abuts another driveway to the north, and we'll probably only have about 50 feet there. We're okay with the second TE, just as long as we can get the requested driveway separation. So happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Harrison, this is Ward 7. You want to lead the discussion? I do have someone sign up to speak, but I have a question.
Okay. Do we want to go ahead and have them go ahead and speak first?
Well, I'll ask my question, then we can have her go.
Got it.
Is there, can you explain to me the intent behind separating the lots in this manner? When I look at an aerial and I see Petrie Lane over there on the east side of Hiwassee, it just seems very natural to extend that to the west and construct a street and then have 4 lots on the south and 4 lots on the north.
Yeah, so if we were to build a public street over there, we would have to do smaller lot sizes to make up for the cost of construction for that street. And so this allows us to keep with the current zoning and just allow everybody to have their own private drive.
You've got 1, 2, 3, 4 drives coming out onto Hiwassee when you could potentially just have one. I know from a safety issue,
Right, so what I heard was profit is the issue.
I don't have the only thing I would like to throw out for consideration is, you know, a road eats up more trees than a driveway.
Four driveways at that length?
Well, yeah, I know, that's we're consolidating. Yeah, it would be tough to do that calculation on the fly of like what preserves more trees, a driveway or a road with a cul-de-sac or
Well, and I mean,
individual
it's not like it's gonna be, I mean, I don't know, I would have to defer to Public Works, like if you could do a rural section here with bar ditches, or whether it has to be a, you know, curb and gutter section. But
Right. To me, it looks like he's trying to do an 8 single-family home subdivision without doing a subdivision.
yeah.
Right.
Okay, we do have someone sign up speaking. Want to hear from him?
Or Barry's up here.
Oh, Barry. Okay.
I just came up here because you said something about Public Works. So
I just wanted to see,
Barry
we've
Lodge,
trained you
Public
well.
Works. Yeah. So one thing with this, Mr. Chairman, you said there were 4 driveways coming out onto Hiawassee. There's actually going to be 8 coming out of there because every lot will take access off of Hiawassee. So we're going to have 8 of them out there. The functional classification plan for the minor arterial does specify the 150-foot spacing. As far as constructing a drive-in, this could be constructed with the rural type section. I think it would also, if they wanted to go in with a private drive rather than a private street, then that's going to reduce what that pavement section requirement would be. Now, if they call it a private street, it will have to comply with the public standards. But when we get into the private drive, and they could take that off of Hiawassee, the only requirement then would be that the approach would have to be concrete up to the right-of-way. Then they've got a lot of leeway for going back into the rest of the development on what that surface is going to be and what the width of it. It wouldn't have to be constructed to the public standards at that point.
Okay. Very helpful, thank you.
Yeah, the driveway thing was going to be my next question because 8 driveways is pretty much a non-starter for me.
Yeah, and I was presuming that it would be a shared driveway for each kind of section that we see, but 8?
Yeah.
And we're open to going back to that. We had talked initially with planning staff, and they said that there was a lot of demand for this type of thing in these areas, and so we're open to going back to that and deferring it if we need to do that.
Okay. Well, let's hear from Ms. Rebecca Bates.
Welcome. Good afternoon. I'm Rebecca Bates. I'm here to represent my daughter who's traveling for work today. She lives at 14301 North Hiawassee. If you look on the picture here, that's her driveway right along the north line of this proposal. She's on 5 acres there. The site that the gentleman is wanting to develop and rezone is heavily wooded. She has deep concerns about wildlife displacement. We know there's coyotes, bobcats, deer, all kinds of vermin, snakes, of course. So the encroachment on her property by all those animals is not welcome. Also, her peace and quiet. And sir, I didn't know if you were aware of the sewage treatment plant at Anderson and Memorial. And when they release gases, it gets pretty nasty out there. And I don't know why anybody would want to buy a house having that knowledge anyway. But that's just what she asked me to come here and say. That she doesn't want it to happen. So.
All right, thank you. Okay, where are we?
The other reason that we didn't prefer to do a private drive is I think if you go out there and you look at all the shared private drives, I think they all start out very nice, but after 20 years of not being maintained, what you end up with is red dirt roads, with potholes. And so that's the reason why we wanted everybody to have their own driveway, was so that it could be maintained the way that they wanted to.
Put them all together and make them maintain
Call the same thing, right? Create an HOA.
Create HOA, yes.
Yeah, they're gonna.
I mean, it's just a suggestion, but for me, I'd need to see it to be built more to the subdivision regulation.
Yeah, I can't support the application in its current state.
Okay. We can go back and rework it.
Okay.
Okay.
How long would you like to do that?
You want a month?
Yeah, we'll do a month.
Okay.
I'll move to defer PUD 2089 to 9/11/25.
I have a motion to defer the item to the September 11th meeting. It's been seconded by. The motion was made by Commissioner
Jeremy
Privet.
jumped the gun.
It was seconded by Commissioner Meek. We'll fix that in post-production. All right, please cast your votes.
Thank you.
All right, that item's deferred. Item 25.
Item 25 is case PUD 2088, application to rezone 9441 West Britain Road from R1.
Good afternoon, David Box, 525 Northwest 11th Street, here on behalf of the applicant. The application before you would permit an office warehouse development. There are 3 TEs. On TE1, it's asking for modification to our landscaping requirement. The staff asked for 20. We would propose to modify TE1 to be 10 feet rather than 20 feet. On TE2, they ask us to remove the allowance for the metal, if you could stay right there, Jared, that's perfect. Remove the allowance for the metal fence. Oh, sorry. There you go. What we propose is to create language that would ensure that what you see here is what would be built. And so I think the language we discussed was require that the fence along the east be finished R-panel metal fence with top and bottom cap, so that it's a finished metal product. It's not the corrugated steel that'll rust. So a finished R-panel metal fence with top and bottom cap, consistent with what you see before you in this image. And then finally on TE3, modify section 9.8 to specify that driveways will have at least 200 feet of separation. We would ask that they be 150 feet of separation rather than 200. With that, happy to answer any questions.
Okay. This is Ward 1. I had an opportunity to visit with Mr. Box earlier this week, and we discussed that. I'm good with all those changes that you proposed. The 20-foot landscape buffer to 10, I'm okay with that because of the fence. And given the language that he read in for the fence, I mean that's a good quality fence product. So no concerns there. And then regarding the driveways, if you look immediately to the east, there's a single-family residence that has 2 curb cuts or aprons, and those are 100 feet apart. And then the next one is 50 feet from those. So I'm good with the 150 feet as well. So I do have someone signed up to speak. Ms. Karen Worth.
Hello, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
My name is Karen Worth. I live in the area just to the east. Okay, Russellville is the name of that. First of all, Karen Worth, 9508 Russell Drive. And we're just a few hundred feet from that subject property. It kind of sounds like this is already a done deal. You're in agreement with something, and this is the first that we've heard of this.
I'm one person.
I'm going to go off of what my notes are here.
Sure.
So I'm here with concerned residents. I have Robert Terry, and his property overlooks this property. He's on Cara Lane. I'm here with Marcy Willis and also Lene Mahoney. Russellville's located in the 9300 block of West Britain Road, and it's all single-family residences. It's a gated community. It has 67 high-end custom homes.
15 of our residents are along Carroll Lane that you can see in the picture, and they all overlook this subject property. So we learned of this attempt to rezone the neighboring property 2 days ago. No one received notice of the hearing, but in fairness, we may be just outside of the zone that's required for notice. So in a last attempt last night to convey to this commission that the residents of Russellville strongly oppose the rezoning from R1 to anything, I obtained the names of 43 residents. I have a petition here. That was signed last night and this morning, and many people were not home, so I got as many as I could. We're requesting denial of the rezoning application for the following reasons. This part of Britton Road is not considered commercial in any way, shape, or form. The entire area surrounding this subject property is zoned R1. According to the Canadian County Tax Assessor, Russellville contains custom homes valued at $36 million. We're here to protect our investment. We built and bought homes in an area surrounded on all sides by R1 tracts. Rezoning to a commercial tract would set precedent in the area. This section of West Britton Road should remain R1 to maintain the continuity of single-family homes. We do not want this tract or any other tract surrounding Russellville to be rezoned to anything outside of the R1 regulations. Russellville and surrounding residential communities around the subject property should not have to hire legal counsel to fight rezoning. The entire area is currently R1, and it should remain R1. If this area is granted permission to rezone to commercial, then any O2 use, which I believe that's what it's called, is O2, could be put on this parcel. Russellville residents strongly oppose any and all general office district uses, including but not limited to storage units, greenhouses or grow houses, manufacturing, offices, retail, storage and distribution, and dwelling units and mixed uses. Russellville residents respectfully request that this Planning Commission deny the rezoning of PUD 2088. If this commission is still considering this PUD, Russellville residents request that this application consideration be postponed to give us an opportunity to seek legal counsel and to meet with other neighborhoods around the subject property. Have anything else? Okay. Thank you.
So it sounds to me like you haven't had the opportunity to meet with the applicant.
Nope.
Do you feel that there's anything that the applicant can do to make this application more acceptable to the residents?
Not a bit.
So you want nothing but
It needs to remain R1.
Okay. And then
And there's plenty of building going on out there. There are people who will build houses on all of that.
And then my question for staff, is this within the overlay district for?
The employment layer.
For an employment layer?
Yeah,
It is?
it is.
Okay. So we've got an area that was designated, and granted, we've had this conversation many times about this employment layer, but we have an area that's designated for basically creating jobs, which single-family homes don't do. So.
But neither do warehouses. Perhaps grow houses, but we don't want that either.
Okay. Well, Ms. Worth, thank you for your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you all.
So I understand, well, one, the neighborhood reference, of course, does not abut us. It's not.
There's an entire R1.
Correct.
Other platted property between you.
Right. I understand the natural implication or indication that the Planning Commission is going to have is go meet. I think generally I'm fine with that, but when the person stands at the podium and says there is absolutely no compromise to be had, I'm not sure what we would accomplish. The chair, to your point, the employment layer, I'll just read it. The employment layer reserves priority areas with the city for large industrial and business development, essential for Oklahoma City's economic stability and future growth. This, although perhaps not large-scale industrial, small-scale office warehouse next to, in close proximity to a highway system, I think is absolutely appropriate. We think we've put provisions in the document that would properly protect it.
Yeah, but you don't have access to the highway there.
No.
And in fairness, if
but
you continue reading the employment layer, it says it's typically 25 acres or above, and this one's not, this one's 10. So, and I believe the average citizen that's bought a home in an area doesn't understand the land use topology overlays.
I'm not sure I do either.
Exactly.
Yeah, and
But I
wouldn't
want
be-
to say that I think that a conversation with the neighborhood is warranted here, even though they don't want to listen right now. I think they're going to want to listen. And David, I know that you can give your client the ability to explain what's going to happen on the property and them at least know and feel better about the situation.
And I think you and I both know we've been to meetings like this where there was no negotiation in good faith. They just did not want, period, ... But at some point, you need to negotiate in good faith. You need to look at trying to limit heights, limit setbacks, limit fence types. You guys, never go in just dug in saying absolutely not. But I do believe a meeting should be warranted.
And we're happy to do that. I just want to make sure we're clear that I really don't want to go waste my client's money to go sit down and have a room full of people say, the only thing we're going to accept is you going away. But we're happy to spend an evening to hear that if that's all we're going to hear.
Right. And you get to
It's all
explain the
part of the
SPD or the
process.
PUD. Right.
Well, and more importantly, this goes to city council for recommendation, and if city council understands that there's a neighborhood meeting, that says something too.
That's fine.
So, how long do you need?
2 weeks.
2 weeks?
Can I add a comment on this? Is just, I thought this was more about the fence, but the protests and what's been said today is more informative to me. But the site plan, I don't know. I can't tell what's going on this, and I don't know if not the image that's up on the screen, but this yes. This is, what is this, self-storage? But what about the rest of the site? And how is that accessed?
Yeah,
I mean, there's
so
a
that's
lot of
why we wanted two
questions.
drives, because if you look at the aerial, it's a long site, so there exists a bunch of different development opportunities. We can come back with a new site plan.
I think that would be, particularly with the concern by the neighbors, that, and I know there's a specific plan requirement anyway for developments, but it would probably help to go to that meeting with a little more, information on what's really planned, and maybe that would help. I don't know.
And I'm just going to ask Ms. Worth if you could provide either your information or a point person from the neighborhood to Mr. Bach so that he can coordinate that meeting here in the next couple of weeks. Thank you. All right, so looks like we're going to defer this another 2 weeks. So I just need a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to defer PUD 2088 for 2 weeks to
September 11th.
September 11th. That's August 28th, sorry.
Oh, August, yes, sorry. All right, we have a motion for the item to August 28th. That's been seconded by Commissioner Harrison. Please cast your votes. And that item is deferred. Item 26 has been deferred. Brings us to item 27.
This is case PC 10979, application to rezone 2513 North MacArthur Boulevard from PUD 1208 to R2.
David Box, 525 Northwest 11th. The application before you is for an R2 development. The current PUD, it's an older PUD. It's really straight C3. It's a parcel that's vacant, been passed over for many years. So there is a recent application that I did, actually, that's Bud 1715 for a kind of an infill duplex. So putting higher density residential next to the commercial, transitioning to the neighborhood appropriate. Staff recommends approval.
All right, this is Commissioner Powers' ward. So in her absence, any commissioners have questions, comments?
Anyone sign up to speak?
I do not have anyone signed up to speak.
I was on the call with the applicant and Commissioner Powers, and there were no questions, so that I'll make a motion to approve. So I'll make a motion to recommend approval of PC 10979. There's no TEs.
All right. A motion, recommend approval of the item from Commissioner Noble. It's been seconded by Commissioner Privet. Please cast your votes. That item is recommended for approval.
Thank you.
28.
28 is SPUD 1761, application to rezone 9201 Northwest Expressway from R1.
Good afternoon, Mark Zitzow, Johnson & Associates, 1 East Sheridan Avenue. Before you is a piece of property that we've requested a rezone on to allow for an automotive repair use. Staff has recommended approval. They do have 4 TEs, and we do have some revisions, modifications that we think we need to make to those. We agree with TE1 with the exception of striking heavy repairs, heavy equipment, but we will remove the automotive auction use. We're in agreement with that portion of the TE. And then I know some of us had a call, a little bit of deviation from that call that we want to bring up. We would like to strike TEs 2, 3, and 4 for various reasons. TE2, amending the access. Part of the reason we want to strike that TE, limiting it to 1, is this is a state highway. Ultimately, it's going to be what ODOT allows us to do when we apply for a permit for them. So if ODOT allows us to have 2, we would ask that that we be permitted to do so. It came up that there was concern that there wasn't an acceleration and deceleration lane. And I can tell you from working on a project just down the street, the way ODOT has constructed this road is there's enough of a shoulder that we restripe it to allow for an acceleration and deceleration lane so that folks aren't turning from the drive lane into the development. They'll actually be pulling off into the side to then make the turn in. So we'd ask to strike TE2. TE3, remove architectural metal from the facade regulations. Architectural metal is one of the materials in the 30% category. And so I think that's fairly standard, so we'd ask to keep the architectural metal allowance. And then TE4, the construction of sidewalks, it's a state highway, there's no curb, it's bar ditch, and with the exception of 1 property, you won't find sidewalks for like 2.5 miles to the east, which is where development has occurred, and to the west, I don't think you'll find it at all. So happy to answer any questions. But we'd ask for the amendment to TE1 and then the striking of TEs 2, 3, and 4.
Okay. This is my ward. I'm going to ask Barry up again if you could provide some clarification on ODOT and who controls this portion of Northwest Expressway.
Yeah, Barry Lodge, Public Works. Just check that with per our traffic engineering section or division. Oklahoma City controls the Northwest Expressway up to the Kilpatrick Turnpike. And so we are responsible for that. And even on ODOT control, if it's on state highways, we have to sign off on the driveway permits prior to those going to ODOT for approval. So just the fact that that the driveway would be on a state highway, but in this case it has been turned over to Oklahoma City, it still has to meet our requirements on that as well. And so we would still stand by that driveway spacing, that we limit that. There's driveways on both sides of this. And I think, again, being Northwest Expressway, we've got a pretty high-speed roadway, and we have the potential to create a real unsafe situation if we put too many driveways in there within that proximity.
Okay.
So would your suggestion be to leave the TE as written, or should we make an adjustment?
I think the T is written so that it would change the 2 driveways that are on 2 Northwest Expressway to 1. And I think we're going to have to put that in there to get it as close to the city requirements for the driveway spacing as possible. Because on that roadway, it's going to be a 200-foot spacing, and I don't think they can comply with that, but they can comply with the 1 access.
We'd be slightly short of complying with the 200-foot separation, but it'd be close, which that's partially why we know that Oklahoma City still has to sign off before ODOT does, but if we can get to that point and get an agreement, then I'd rather not restrict it in the PUD. We understand that it doesn't automatically grant us. We're fine saying access per subregs if that's preferred over saying, 2 permitted or 1 permitted. I think there could be more conversation that happens when we have final design of the site.
Okay.
Per subreg should work, right, Barry?
Well, it's with the subdivision regulations aren't going to specify the number of access points. It's going to be more the functional classification plan. I think we need to get that language in this zoning document because this is what everybody's going to go back to in the future when this goes for development and to go for building permits. They're going to look back to the PUD and see what was approved in there for the access points.
Maybe the more appropriate language is access shall be per the functional classification plan?
Is that in a
Well, I think if we do
document?
that, then we would get into a point where they probably would not meet that spacing. I don't know what the full width of this parcel is, but that functional classification plan would specify 200 feet from adjacent driveways, and with the ones on each side, I think it would be, in my opinion, most appropriate probably to leave the TE as written, that there will be access will be to Northwest Expressway via 1 driveway, and that maybe we modify that to specify that it is close to the center of the property as possible.
So I think, and staff can correct me, but the subregs have driveway separation within them, which is why typically in PUDs we will say per subregs. So if somebody comes back to this zoning document in 10 years or 20 years, they're not going to go, 2 were permitted. They're going to go, it's per subregs, and they're going to have to go in there and verify it. Measuring loosely off the aerial, I mean, it looks like we're a little wider than 200 feet diagonally, because that's the way the property shaped. So it is possible that 2 could be permitted. I just don't want to restrict it when we don't have final survey. We know that there are other bodies that have to review this and sign off on the drive. So I'm not standing here saying we want to write it in. I'm just saying let us be per subregs, which we understand means 200 feet of separation.
I think what Barry's saying, what staff is saying, that if the city has the opportunity to limit it to 1, we would like to do so because that's a safer approach to have 1 access that limits conflict points going into and out of that drive. And if we're so close anyway, why not just limit it to 1 for such a narrow property anyway?
What's the advantage to having 2?
The property is extremely deep, and if you look at the site plan, we're trying to preserve the ability, if it's even permitted per code, again, we're not trying to vary what's allowed, but if you have a commercial development on the front end, it's so that the back portion can have its own drive going all the way to the back.
And not be shared.
I mean, I kind of get where, I mean, if the lot was wider, having more, but I think with a narrow one, it's really better to consolidate. Even if you've got kind of 2 separate uses, you ought to be able to configure that in a way that, that front 150 feet is kind of a shared drive.
You do a wider driveway.
Yeah.
In and out.
So we could approve a wider driveway in there. We could look at that. One thing I would say about the subdivision regulations, to my knowledge, do not contain anything about driveway spacing on adjacent driveways. What they do contain is a driveway location from an intersecting street, and another street from an intersecting street, but they don't contain the spacing for adjacent driveways.
So I don't disagree with that, but I think it's been interpreted differently. So on any straight zoning case, I think what I'm hearing is that section of the code would not apply or would not be applicable to anything that's not varied through a PUD. So I guess I'm okay with one driveway if that's what we need to do, but that's a helpful clarification that the subregs wouldn't dictate driveway spacing on arterials.
May not be helpful, but I think that's the way it is. I can't rewrite the subdivision regulations up here. We could go, if we go with the one driveway and the spacing via the, in accordance with the functional classification plan, I think that may get it close to where we need it, but.
We'll agree to the one driveway.
Personally, I'd go wider driveway.
Okay.
On that road.
I mean, from regarding TE3, remove architectural metal facade regulations. If the regulations say that it's allowable up to 30%, then I'm fine with basically rewording that architectural metal allowed up to the 30%.
Reasonable.
And then TE4, like we've already talked about sidewalk once today, and let it slide. How's everyone feeling about this? This is a tough one because I mean this, as it stands right now, Northwest Expressway is no place to encourage pedestrians to walk alongside of. So I mean I think it's signed for maybe 50 miles an hour.
It's extremely fast.
But
yeah.
people are driving 65 on it.
Yeah.
Again, I'm out here quite a bit. So I don't feel right encouraging people out there. But I also understand that there could be some upcoming plans to Northwest Expressway. You have any addition?
Yeah, I don't have any certain information as to timing and exactly what the project would entail, unfortunately.
Okay. All right.
And I know in the past against state highways, we've not made them do sidewalk.
Yeah.
Hefner Parkway, Portland.
Yeah.
Pretty far out
As much
there.
as 29th Street probably could have had sidewalks, or 19th Street, sorry. This one, sidewalks to nowhere on Northwest Expressway, doesn't.
Okay. All right. Anyone else have any thoughts?
Can't get any traction on these sidewalks, but I don't disagree.
Well, I think,
And there's sidewalks at Hefner and
I think
at the
ODOT would
Onque,
have built it
there
here
are
when
sidewalks
they
there.
widened this. I mean, like they did up closer to Hefner Parkway, they built sidewalks
I'm not
all
sure they're
over.
widening it because it's
No,
already.
when they did widen it.
Oh, when
Yeah.
they did.
When they did to 4 lanes,
Well.
because it used to be 2 lane.
3.
Yeah, but I think that was ODOT. And,
Yeah.
Right, yeah. And they did that up closer to Hefner Parkway. I mean, they put sidewalks in there.
okay. We also talked about potentially putting some kind of limit on where the heavy automotive repair could occur.
Oh, yes, apologies. So we would add one TE that says the storage of any inoperable vehicle has to be behind the rear wall of the front building.
Okay.
And that way there's no cars sitting out waiting, can't be driven in the front of the building.
Mark, there was a note in the application too from the fire about the lanes not being, I think in the site plan, just, so building permit wouldn't be approved by the design. with
All the drives are going to have to
drive
be reconfigured.
Yeah,
So.
which you'd have to do that in permitting
Yeah.
anyway.
Okay, so let me run down this list and make sure that we're all on the same page. So TE1 is to be amended that we're going to delete the following uses: only automotive auction, 8316. TE2 is going to remain as is. TE3 would be architectural metals from facade are permitted up to 30%.
Or just strike it,
So
right?
we're
Or strike
striking.
it. Strike it, okay.
Yeah.
Strike it. TE4, we're gonna strike that. And then we're gonna add TE5, that the storage of any inoperable vehicles must occur behind the rear wall of the building.
Correct.
Okay. I think we're just ready for a motion.
Anything else? Well, with that, I'll make a motion to recommend approval of SPUD 1761 with TE number 1 with the modification to strike automotive auction use, TE2, strike TE3, strike TE4, add TE5 of storage of inoperable vehicles behind the building line, north building line,
The rear building line.
the rear building line.
All right, so we have a motion to recommend approval from Commissioner Noble. It's been seconded by Commissioner Govine. Please cast your votes. Now, as was recommended for approval. All right, item 29.
This is SPUD 1746, application to rezone 10203 Northwest 10th Street from R1.
All right.
Good afternoon, Mark Zitzow, Johnson & Associates, 20 Sheridan Avenue. Before you is an application where we're seeking some light commercial uses, particularly for the storage of boat and RV. The area, while I understand the north side is R1, if you look to the south, you'll see SPUDs, I2, commercial, Northwest 10th is major arterial, and so there is industrial and other commercial uses along this stretch of street. If you go to our site plan, what you'll see is we had, at the filing of the application, knowing we were adjacent to residential and the large tract to our east likely to become residential and/or developed, we also included a landscape buffer on our east side as well. So we received a handful of protest letters. Jessica Bloy in our office went and had a neighborhood meeting. One of the residents had requested a couple things which we've tried to work into the SPUD that included hours of operation and planting trees on 25-foot centers. So when I go through the TEs, I'll address that. What was passed along was the remainder of the residents wanted this to remain R1 and that there was nothing else we could do with the application. So we're here today asking for your recommendation of approval. I think it's worth noting staff has recommended approval. They did add TEs. We agree with all 3 of the TEs that were in the staff report. We want to add 3 additional TEs, which would be TE4. We just want to clarify that if developed as the automotive storage, there would not be a minimum parking requirement so that we would have to add additional parking spaces beyond the ones shown. TE5, if developed as the automotive storage use unit, automotive storage shall be covered on the top and shall have a metal back panel and any side facing the SPUD boundary. And then TE6, the hours of operation for the automotive equipment storage use unit shall be 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. I'm going to pass those TEs out. So the residents asked that the hours of operation be limited to 8 to 6. When people are getting home from the lake or getting home from work to go to the lake, we wanted a little bit more flexibility, so that's why we're asking 8 to 8. We believe that the landscape screening, in addition to the opaque wall screening, plus the metal panels on the back of the individual spaces, the landscaping along Northwest 10th Street, makes this a compatible use. We've done everything we can to limit noise, light, and it's not a large site, so traffic along Northwest 10th Street I do not believe will be exacerbated by this project. So happy to answer any questions, but we would ask for your recommendation of approval.
Okay, thank you. This is Ward 1. I was invited to and planned to attend the neighborhood meeting last week, but I couldn't because I was under the weather. But I got a summary of that meeting. So And in general, I think it was just that they're opposed to anything but single family. My thought is that, I mean, if you look to the immediately north, there's 3 single family lots. So if 3 lots could be developed here, they would have to face 10th Street. There is no water and sewer available at the site, is that correct?
Not directly, but if you were to zoom out slightly, you'd see significant single-family development occurring. So while sewer's not there today, we would anticipate it being there relatively soon. It really hinges on the track to our immediate east. I know our firm has looked at that for multiple standard R1 developments, so we think it's somewhat imminent that it'll come online. That's what will bring sewer to the site, which is also why a automotive storage use works.
Well, the quick summary is I don't see this developing as 3 single family lots. I don't think anybody's going to want to front their home to face 10th. So yes, maybe if to the east comes in and they could acquire it. But that could be, like Mark said, it's been years people have been looking at it, it hasn't happened yet. So we do have several residents signed up to speak, so I want to hear from them. We'll start with Perry Poling.
Bear with me.
Absolutely. Welcome, Mr. Poling.
First off, I'm 84 years old. I've lived in this neighborhood for 58 years. If memory serves me correctly, under Mayor Patience Ladding, she stated that there would be no businesses on the north side of 10th Street in this area. Later down the road, Mayor Ron Norick said the same thing. Most of the people that live in this neighborhood are retired. Second and third generations live in there too. We don't need this. This is a distraction. Northwest 10th Street is a 45-mile-per-hour street, but it's like the Indy 500. People race up and down it. We have no police intervention out there. We've been told that all the police are going to take care of the interior of Oklahoma City rather than the suburbs. So with all my heart and with all the power within me, I ask you, the Planning Commission, to deny this. I bear witness to this. And that's my spiel.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Poling. Ryan Hicks.
Hello, my name is Ryan Hicks. I live at 10200 Northwest 12th Street. My property is adjacent to the proposed rezoned property. I live on the northeast part, so I'm on the very far east house, right to the north. If I walk out my back door, I'm gonna look at this property. I don't wanna see RVs, boats, any kind of commercial development there. If you were to put up trees, I've got an old septic system that I worry that if you put up big trees, that the roots will encroach into my septic system and damage it. If you put steel fencing up, if I walk out my back door, I'm gonna feel like I'm in prison, in the prison yard. I am worried about drainage. It is a huge problem in our neighborhood. I sent pictures in on this last big rain that we had, and the rain was very close to my front door, or the flooding was very close to my front door. There is a drainage ditch that is not very deep because the topography is so flat where I live, that goes along the east side of my property south to 10th Street. If this rezone goes through, what they're wanting to do is put the tree buffer, the 15 feet, right there where this makeshift ditch is that runs to the 10th Street storm drainage. That will block any hope that I have of my yard draining and possibly flood me out the next time it rains, like it did, what was it, 3 weeks ago, a month ago? That could be a very costly problem for me. And another issue that I have, or worry that I have, is that my property value will decrease. If I can't get the drainage issue fixed, then I'm gonna have to sell my property. And who wants to come in with drainage problems, commercial use behind my house? I may lose when I try and sell my house. So I urge you to decline the rezone. And I think I speak for most of the residents, if not all, in our neighborhood. I've been there for 14 years. I'd like to stick around for a while, but if this goes through, I'm gonna have to sell because I don't want it in my backyard. And this is literally in my backyard. If you go to the east 1 mile, there is another RV storage place, and it is a dump. If you rezone this, what if in 5 years they sell it and somebody wants to come in and do something totally different? I urge you to keep it R1. It doesn't have to be split into 3 lots. If you go to the west just a block, there is a giant house right there, a beautiful house, that I would have no issues with coming out my backyard and looking at a beautiful house like that. But if I'm gonna look at steel buildings and steel fences and RVs and boats, I hope they put a lot of boats in there because it floods. And that's the only thing that's gonna not get damaged when that area floods. That is not what I wanna see when I walk out my back door. Thank you for your time, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks. Is it Greg Kolish?
Greg Kelch, I live on Greenway Drive. We've been there 35 years. This area has constantly been taken care of. It's right now overgrown. It's not been mowed. You know, they're not showing us that they're gonna be a good neighbor in the future. And we've got all this area is very common in what its uses are, and this is totally different and totally, commercial compared to our residential area. We'd like to see it stay residential to more fit with what our plan is.
Okay, thank you. James Macy.
It's been a long day to get to the 29. I'm here just to echo what Ryan Hicks said, because I live next door to him. So if you look up there, I'm the one right in the middle, so I really get the whole breadth of everything. So on top of what Ryan said, if this body has the power to do this, I would respectfully request that you direct a stormwater study of this southeast corner, because it is in total shambles, and there's probably issues on the neighborhood side, and there's probably issues on the Oklahoma City side, but we really cannot not do something soon. And I feel that You never know, the people that are applying for this rezone might build that big house that Ryan mentioned. So, but it would be very unfair to them too, because pretty much it's a detention pond whenever any storm of anything happens and you're pretty much above your waist walking through it. And then it's very high, like the other gentleman said, that they don't mow it, so the water don't flow very well. And it's just a big mess. It needs to be, I know that when it rains, my house, you can pretty much do a right triangle there and everything is flooded. The only thing that's not flooded is your front door. So, there's a problem somewhere, and everybody does have ditches and so on and so forth, but the ditches only go so far and then they stop. And there just was never a plan of how the water gets out into the city detention, because the city detention, there's a road right here to the west of this, and from that road all the way to Morgan Road, there's a detention cement canal that I guess the city had put in on the north side that goes the whole full length of that 160 acres. But the water from the whole neighborhood can't get there. It can't get there. We're pretty much the detention pond, that whole right triangle, including that one we're trying to rezone. So I feel that the rezone definitely should be denied because it's too early in the process to not determine. There's other issues here that we need to look at really hard. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Massey. Lorena Massey?
Good afternoon. My name is Lorena Massey, and I'm a resident at 1300 North Greenway Drive. So we're at the intersection of Greenway and 12th Street. We're on the corner lot. I was just wanting to speak in opposition. I didn't have an opportunity to write in, but although we're not directly behind this lot, we are about half a mile from it, and we do echo everyone else's concerns with it, with how close we are, especially with the topography and the way the water drains when it rains is not efficient. And we are concerned that this could further impact those drainage issues in our neighborhood. We have requested, not specifically in that area, but we do also have the same drainage issues that we have asked the city to put on their next bond proposal. So the drainage definitely is a concern in this area, and it's very unique compared to other areas. So we respectfully request that this rezoning be denied for those reasons. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Is it Karen Duarte?
Good afternoon to all. My home is where you can see the big pool. So actually I'm right next to this place. And I support all my neighbors that I already spoke about this. And adding to that, I am a real estate agent and also I'm an insurance agent. Beside my property that I've been working to pay it full instead of having like a value to it, it decreased as my neighbor told. And then my insurance is gonna be up. Why? Because there's gonna be no single family in there. There's gonna be exchange in there. And I still have kids at home. And so I'm here just to tell you, to ask you to please deny this and keep this neighborhood as it is. I have 20 years living in here, and all the time it's been peaceful and good neighbors, and we all know each other. So if this place in here, we don't know the people that is gonna come through it. So please take a thought on this and deny it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Duarte. Can I have your name and address just for our records, please?
Sure.
Just speak in the mic.
My name is Karen Duarte Flores, and my address is 1106 North Greenway Drive, Oklahoma City, 73127, right next to the place where the pool is.
All right, thank you so much. All right, and then lastly, I have Shirley Parker and Brenda Langford.
So my name is Brenda Langford. I'm representing my mother and my brother, Shirley Parker and Dwayne Parker. He is the one who has submitted the documents, the documentation of the 38 residents have signed saying they would oppose this proposal, in addition to some other pictures and documentation of the reasons why. But I want to add one more reason that I think is just as crucial that we often overlook. As Mr. Perry had stated before, there are a lot of elderly residents in that neighborhood who have been there for many years, and my mother is one of them. She is, I think, the big factor too, not only to mention the loss of value, property value, and so forth, the safety, the lighting, all those things that have been mentioned. She has dementia. And when you have a family member with that, if you have any understanding of that, you'll know where I'm coming from. She looks at something that's changed and she gets very confused. And she loses where she's at and she can't figure it out. This is a very scary thing because you don't want to lose someone you love. And we don't want her out wandering, wondering where she's at because she can't recognize her own place anymore. Unfortunately, she's not one of the residents out there who can move because of this situation, because she needs that stability that has kept her consistent in her environment. And I really think this is something that a lot of people overlook whenever they're considering what they're doing to other people's lives. So I want you to realize that this is something that has already caused her extreme trauma. She can't sleep at night. She worries about what's going on. She doesn't understand what's going on. And she asks us all the time, but we tell her and she forgets. But it stays in her mind because she worries and she's nervous about it. And so it's already impacting her. So I ask that this commission consider the impact on the many here rather than the few who are wanting to change this. And I know that there was another mention of something I'm not familiar with. You mentioned something about the employment layer. This business is not to employ other people. It's not beneficial for employment purposes, other than for the people who put in that establishment and make money from it. So
I don't think this area falls within that district.
So I do ask that you would consider denying this proposal on behalf of all the residents of our Sun Valley Acres. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, that's the last person I have signed up to speak, so that'll conclude the public comment portion. So a couple things that I heard were property value, safety, lighting. We definitely heard about the existing facility to the east, which in talking with others, I understand that that's non-compliant. And so that sounds to me like that's a big need for code enforcement there. I also heard about drainage. So I actually want to ask Barry to come up again. We can't let 20 minutes go by without some Barry mic time. Barry, just tell us a little bit more about the new drainage ordinance and what an applicant, what a developer must do in order to permit site development in regards to drainage.
Yeah, Barry Lodge, Public Works. So a few things with this. So to start with the new requirements of the drainage ordinance, they will be required to put on-site detention on the property to comply with the new ordinance. That will, from their property, restrict the discharge to the historic levels. The real issue out here is
and just clarify, they can't increase runoff from the site.
Right, yes. The runoff will be maintained at a level at or below what currently runs off of that undeveloped site. I will add, maybe these are editorial comments, this is a known area where we've had numerous complaints of flooding over the years. And so just to put that in perspective, they put the on-site detention on. It will not fix any of those issues. It will, what's happening out there now will continue to happen after the development. It is not going to correct any of that, but they will be required to comply with the drainage ordinance with the on-site detention to restrict the runoff from that site.
Okay. Any questions for Barry? All right, thank you. All right. Mark, you have any responses to?
Yeah, just a few things. I mean, we agree with everything Barry said. We haven't got to the design phase yet, but there's an improved channel that runs across the eastern half of this property. It's anticipated that that's where our water will go, and we'll likely be picking up the water that's coming from our neighbors to the north. If you look at it, and we haven't done a detailed analysis of this yet, but that neighborhood has bar ditches. The home immediately north of us, furthest on the east side, does not have bar ditches. So even just looking at Google Earth pictures, you can see that water is likely pooling in front of their home and is pooling even more onto the vacant property and maybe even working its way down his side yard. But we'll have to pick all of that up that's coming onto us, and we'll likely be discharging that into the channel or the canal along Northwest 10th Street. The existing facility further east, there's no way that our facility could ever become that because of the restrictions we have in the SPUD. I don't know if that's existing non-conforming, but that is boats, trailers just parked on top of grass and dirt. It has no screening, no fencing, no landscaping. That's not what this is, nor could it ever become that because of the regulations we've put into the SPUD. I guess one thing I want to correct, we are not allowed or proposing a metal wall or fence on the property line. That is the standard 6 to 8 foot fence language with the normal materials that are permitted. And then you have the 25-foot landscape buffer. If there's fear over roots, we can make sure that all the trees planted in there are evergreens that do not have large root bases that would impede that. And then the metal panel that I discussed is actually attached to the structure. So if you have a car or a boat or RV pulling in, there's going to be a panel in front of that, then the landscape buffer, then the standard opaque fence requirement. So if it appeases any concern, we're happy to strike every commercial use in this SPUD in exchange for adding the single family back in, keeping the automotive and equipment storage. So the retail use, the other commercial uses in there, we'll strike all of those because that's not the intent. It's not what we're here for. It's for a low impact storage facility. So with that, happy to answer any other questions you have, but we're open to use modifications if the commission deems it necessary.
Okay. Thoughts from other commissioners?
You want me to go first? Sure. I mean, just for me, I look at the site along Northwest 10th Street and Arterial from a land use point for this low intensity use. I can get behind it.
And I'm looking at Google Earth now. So it looks like basically all the residents that we heard from, their backyards abut this, and they have a wood privacy fence. Or there's even one that looks to be 8 feet. So we're talking about existing privacy fence,
25
landscape, buffer, trees, which I understand the root issue with septic systems, and then on the back of the structures, screening. I mean, they've made an effort to do everything they can to screen this. From a residential side, I mean, we heard from some others. I don't see this developing as single family on 10th. I don't see that happening. I could be wrong, but I don't know.
There's commercial right across the street, a fueling station. I mean,
well, and it is boat storage near Overholser.
Yeah.
The drainage is a concern, and looking back through the photos, you do see the water ponding on Google and stuff, but we've reviewed this issue before, and our belief is that the development, and the facts and the rules and the laws that are in place suggest that can't be made worse by this development. It's possible that it could improve the situation, but I never feel comfortable relying on that.
Well, and we heard from Barry that there's a bigger issue at hand here.
Right. There's things we could do to mitigate further. I mean, lights we could talk about, certainly, of what can be done to put some requirements in with regard to light spill. Screening could be increased perhaps on the north and/or east.
And we
Sorry,
have
west.
the lighting language in there that says all lights have to be directed downward, inward, can't shine off the property or onto any adjacent use that's currently in there.
That's in your MBS?
Yeah.
I don't have any particular fondness for storage facilities. This is a relatively smaller in scale one, so it's less bad than some that get plopped down there, if that's any consolation.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've done a lot of mitigation already built into this, and I understand. I think there could be a lot of other uses that would be infringe more upon the existing neighbors than this use, specifically with the restricted hours.
The only other thing I can do to kind of enhance this a bit is in the 25-foot landscape buffer, and this is really to address the concerns about the roots in the septic system, is it to require those to be set off the property line 20 feet, the trees.
We're agreeable to that.
Mark, do you know what the depth of the approach is to the front fence that would be put in if the 8300.21 was approved? Do you know that it would be able, there would be the ability to get RVs out of the road if they were coming and or going with the gated system?
I don't have that dimensioned on here, but we'll have to meet that. I mean, a fire truck will also have to be able to queue before we get to the gate. So when we get to final design, if that gate needs to be pulled back in a little bit more, we'll make that adjustment.
Even if it has to cut down some of the front side of the structures?
Correct. And I can assure you, Mr. Wilson will make that comment at the building permit stage.
Okay, I promise he will. I just wanted to bring that up. Yep. And without reading every inch of this application, is there any kind of commitment to what the surface is for the road? I mean, it has to be built to be able to have a fire engine drive through it.
Right,
So-
it has to be hard surface. We have
Okay.
not sought a variance to
Okay.
allow for permeable
Okay,
paving.
so with the hard surface on the in and out and the impervious roof surfaces and/or gutter and downspouts, you're basically taking this whole entire, or 90% of it, and making it impervious and having to comply with the drainage ordinance and detain the water and not let it leave the property faster than it leaves right now.
Correct. And so, in looking at it, there are, the top right of this image,
Right.
that paved square, if that needs to become detention, that goes away. We think there's room to accommodate it, but to your point, if when we get to the design phase and what the drainage ordinance says is, we need an eighth of an acre, a fourth of an acre, whatever it is, we'll just have to take out whatever pavement we need to accommodate the drainage. Through this process, it does not allow us to deviate from the drainage ordinance.
Okay.
Yeah, well, it's certainly no disregard for the concerns that have been raised, and this is it's a tough site to say, well, it would be better for something else. Like you said, the R1 doesn't, it's a it's a pocket, so that's a tough site to develop as R1. And it's privately owned land that we can't force them to do something other than what we can always deny what they're proposing, but we can't force them to do residential.
I do like the idea of removing all the other use units, and if their intent is truly what they say, and they're willing to remove all those, I believe that that's something we should do.
That's a good point to discuss.
And I'm in agreement with that also. Mark, so which ones you want to just keep?
So we could strike, give me 1 second, I'm scrolling. Administrative office, animal sales and services, automotive parking lot as principal use, building maintenance, business support, child care, I guess cultural exhibits, I don't think we need that. The eating establishments, the food and beverage, medical services, both of those, both personal services, repair services, research services, retail, and senior independent living. We would ask that in exchange for striking all of those, we would allow the single family use in, just on the off chance the adjacent property ends up wanting to purchase this and incorporate it into their development, that doesn't have to be rezoned.
That's a great idea.
So basically, it would be uses shall be limited to single-family residential and automotive and equipment storage.
And then the community recreation, which are allowed in R1, but yes.
Convenience sales go.
Yeah, that could be removed too.
I was marking off what you said, so it would pick up leaving automotive and equipment storage, the community recreation property owners, community recreation restricted, library services, low-impact institutional, and that's it, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And with the TE on adding the residential in, just so we don't have an issue later, I'd prefer that the TE read something like the addition of R1 single family, which shall be subject to the R1 base district bulk standards. That way we don't run into R1 trying to be interpreted with the C3 bulk standards later. Just I think makes it easier.
Mm-hmm.
And to Mr. Gobin's point, kind of negotiating against myself at this point, but we're trying to be a good neighbor and do exactly what we're attempting to do. We're fine also restricting lights to not be any higher than the canopy of the storage unit itself.
Well, even
you don't
then,
have any taller lights.
What about, I mean, you've got a roof and you've got a back on this thing. What if all lighting was internal to that, basically mounted under the structure?
Yep, that's great.
Okay.
I like both, though. If the lights are restricted to no higher than the roof heights of the covered structures, that also limits lights that may be remote from the buildings.
Yeah.
If there were.
Okay. Well, for the residents, I know, I think I can see where this is headed. We've done our best to incorporate items that are going to enhance this application. But I also want to note we're not the final authority in this. This is a recommendation to City Council, and so that City Council will hear the item in 6 to 8 weeks. So you'll have another opportunity to voice your concerns. And you can certainly reach out to Councilman Carter in Ward 1. Are we ready for a motion?
I'm ready to make one. I don't know what it's going to sound like. Was there, as far as the TEs, just the one added TE?
Well,
changing.
We got 4, 5, and 6 provided by
4, 5.
the applicant.
Yeah, those plus one more.
Well, we're adding trees within the landscape buffer shall be planted 20 feet off the property line.
So is there already something in there about the trees? So are we adding that to the application in the
Yes.
MDS?
So we already have the buffer requirement. We're just specifying that the tree when planted, the trees have to be 20 feet off the property line. That's to protect the existing septic system.
That was TE3, so you could amend TE3 to.
And then we had removal of all commercial uses except for the automotive and equipment storage.
So I'll make a motion, and you start reading these in.
Right.
So with that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to recommend approval of SPUD 1746 with TEs 1, 2, 3 as written. Well, 1 and 2 as written, 3 is going to be amended.
You want me to read that one now?
Yeah.
Okay. At the time of planting, trees shall be spaced 20 feet off of the property line.
On the north
On the
and
north
west.
and the west side.
And we retain the vegetative buffer shall include trees planted on 25-foot centers.
Yes.
TE4,
Parking, if developed as the automotive and equipment storage use unit, there shall be no minimum parking requirement.
TE5,
Addition of language, if developed as the automotive and equipment storage use unit, automotive storage shall be covered on the top and shall have a metal panel on the back wall on any side facing the SPUD boundary.
TE6,
The hours of operation for the automotive and equipment storage use unit shall be 8 a.m. to 8 p.m.
And
Then
now
we
it
have TE7, which would be removal of all commercial uses except for automotive and equipment storage. TE8 would be the addition of the R1 single-family use unit subject to the R1 single-family district-based zoning regulations. And then the final TE would be no lighting taller than the existing storage, or no lighting taller than the proposed storage buildings, and all lighting shall be contained under the canopies. Believe I got all of them.
You got it.
All right. Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Noble to recommend to City Council approval of SPUD 1746. It's been seconded by Commissioner Govine. Please cast your votes. And that item is recommended for approval.
Thank you. Appreciate your time and patience.
Item 30.
This is SPUD 1753, application rezone 1629 Northwest 16th Street from SPUD 1106 and Gatewood UCD to SPUD 1753 and Gatewood UCD.
David Box, 525 Northwest 11th Street, here on behalf of the applicant. You may recall this application from last time. This is the building that has the up-down arcade bar. At the time, Sam Day appeared in protest. His primary concern was patio use outside, specifically in the alley. So my client and Mr. Day have spoken. What we would propose is to add a TE that would limit, out of TE number 4, that would limit patio to prohibit it north of the north building line. That keeps it kind of on that sidewalk that is right adjacent to the building. My understanding is my client has reached out to Mr. Day. We shared the revised document with him. He indicated his support to that. So this would take a little space in the back and convert it to the ability to sell alcohol. We do agree with TE1, we do agree with TE3, and we would ask to strike the majority of TE2 except for the last sentence. We did talk to Mr. Lodge in Public Works, and he agrees that the last sentence I think is all that needs to remain. So TE2 would be amended to strike everything except the last sentence, agree to TE3, and then again TE4 as described. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, Commissioner Govine, this is Ward 6.
Okay. My first question is, what does it mean to say maintenance of the alleyway shall be the responsibility of adjacent property owners? So,
well, you'd have to ask Public Works. I have no idea what that means.
Because this is an application on this property.
Yeah, I think
and it's basically saying Somebody else's problem is the alley. I don't get why that's even relevant.
Me neither.
To be honest. But
Seems like someone else should be maintaining public ways, perhaps the public.
I'm sorry, could you rephrase the question?
okay, well, on TE2, just since we're on that, I want to come back to the patio and this exhibit, but TE2, where the proposal by the applicant is to strike everything except the last sentence. Maintenance of the alleyway shall be the responsibility of adjacent property owners. What are we achieving by leaving that in? And is there any light can be shed?
The way that it really doesn't add anything to the subdivision regulations. Subdivision regs do specify that alleyways are considered private for maintenance purposes. So it's basically a restatement of that. We did have the conversation when this came before Planning Commission the last time, or prior to that, when my reviewer looked at it, it had been improved, so we could get rid of that part of it. But it's basically a restatement of that requirement that's in subdivision regulations that basically just says alleyways are private. This expands that just a little bit just to make it clear that the property owners are going to be responsible for that maintenance.
Okay.
It sounds like it's unnecessary if it already exists.
Because it sounds like it's shifting, because this is the business that's going to damage the alleyway that needs to maintain it. This is where the grease and the food and the trash and the stuff comes in and out. So if anyone should be maintaining a portion of this alleyway, it's this property owner, not adjacent property owners. But as long as they're following the rules of, like, you own your half and the person to the north owns their half or whatever, then.
Yeah, and that's really the way that's structured right now, is that it would be technically both property owners that are on each side of that alleyway. We would hope that the one that's damaging it, if there is any damage to it, would be the ones that would be responsible to take care of it. But that's the way that the subdivision regs are structured at this point.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. Slightly more clear, but I still don't know if we need to, if we're okay to strike TE2, then I would just strike TE2, I think, and not leave that.
If it's just a restatement, it's unnecessary.
Unless there's something that I'm missing here.
No, I think it was, when it was originally put in there, it was added in as part of the first portion of that TE, when it was all going to have to be paved and reconstructed. Then it was put in there as a clarification that although they were having to reconstruct that alley or improve that alley, they would be responsible for it. It would not be something that would be turned over to the public. Mm-hmm. So it's a restatement. I don't think we have any problem if we strike that sentence with it as well. It doesn't really change. If we strike it, it doesn't change the requirements.
Okay. That seems better to me. Just we're not shifting it only to adjacent. It's the normal situation of alleyway maintenance amongst the property owners. Okay, so this TE shows a potential patio extending all the way to the end of the sidewalk where the alley starts.
Yeah, so that's an old exhibit. What we're going to do through TE4 is prohibit any patio space north of the north building line.
Okay, and I'm fully on board with that.
Yeah.
And agree with it, and that's why I'm like, wait a minute, this is showing something very different than that.
That's intended to satisfy TE1, where we're splitting it into tracks.
Okay, this is related to track, so I just want to clarify that on. Okay, do you want to, you said the proposed language, do you want to say it
no
one more
patio
time?
space shall be permitted north of the north building line.
I'm good with that.
That would be TE4.
Excellent, and sounds like Sam's not here, so no protest from him. I'm in support. Does anyone else have any questions or?
No, and I do not have anyone signed up to speak.
No one signed up to speak? Okay. Then I will move to recommend approval of SPUD 1753 with TE1 and 3 as written, strike TE2, and we'll add a new I guess, a new TE2 or what would be a TE4 to prohibit any additional patio space north of the north building line on site, as read into the record.
Okay. We have a motion from Commissioner Govine to recommend approval of the item to City Council. It's been seconded by Commissioner Harrison. Please cast your votes. And that item is recommended for approval. Item 31.
This is SPUD 1758, application rezone 11145 South Sunny Lane Road from AA.
Once again, David Box, 525 Northwest 11th. This is a bit of a unique application in that it came through Planning Commission and was recommended for approval, ultimately went to City Council. And I was not involved at the time. Negotiations happened between some neighbors, the council person. Perhaps you were involved as well, Mr. Privet. But they came to an SPUD that everybody was generally agreeable to. The applicant failed to appear multiple times at City Council. I believe there was some confusion on his end that he thought he was done when he got this done and maybe some resolution from the neighbors. So anyways, he failed to show up, and finally, Councilman Stone, without the applicant there, denied it after multiple times. What we have tried to do through this SPUD is put in place those limitations that our understanding was existed from those. Specifically, if you look at the paragraph 9 of the SPUD, operating guidelines, motorcycle instruction and training shall be conducted only during daylight hours. Classes are limited to 8 motorcycles. The maximum allowable speed shall be 20 miles an hour, and the engine size must be less than 500 cc's.
That's pretty fast on that size of a lot, David.
What's that?
I said that's pretty fast on that size of a lot.
I've never been on a motorcycle. I don't know.
Yeah.
I've done the go-karts at Andretti's, and those are fun. But they do
Already?
35.
You got lucky enough to get in there and not wait 4 hours?
Oh, we got right when it opened with my kids.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Easy.
I did not win, but.
So, okay, was the sidewalk thing, was that in the first application, or
I don't know. I don't think it was. We would, if you show an aerial, if you don't mind, Jared, we would ask
I know the area.
I mean, there's no sidewalks anywhere, so we would kindly ask to strike that. We agree to TE2.
Yeah, I have 4 signed up to speak. You ready to hear from them? Okay, we'll start with Joshua and Kelly Stevens.
What is? I think it's not working.
Well, I've learned a lot today. And we're also the new kids on the block, literally. We just bought the lot that's directly behind this proposed facility.
To the south.
And I have learned enough by watching everything to know that personal appeal is probably not necessarily the way to go, but I'm gonna try anyway. Because one of the reasons why we bought this lot is to get away from very noisy neighbors who have many motorcycles, mini bikes, and motorized dirt bikes that they ride around our cul-de-sac constantly, causing lots and lots of noise pollution that has really impacted our quality of life. So you can understand my immediate frustration upon buying this lot and hearing that this was the plan for the facility. So I will go ahead and read, and for the record, Joshua and Kelly Stevens, owners of 4225 Southeast 111th Court. We are the closest residential neighbor to this property as it directly backs up to the proposed facility. We of course have significant concerns for our property value and quality of life. There will undoubtedly be increased noise, and it would undoubtedly bring down property values as it is incompatible with the current situation of the neighborhood. I'm imagining, even with the no after dark and blah, 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 enticing hobbyist is the primary use of this facility, I would assume, which would mean the evenings, even if it's early evenings and weekends, would be the main focus, which would be when we were at home with our families, seeking sanctuary from our busy lives. It would, since it's currently zoned agricultural, it would ultimately impact the aesthetic impact of the community because it would clash with the existing architecture and overall character of the neighborhood and diminish green space. This facility would disrupt community cohesion, cause traffic congestion, and increase noise to the area as a result of the influx of non-residents who would not normally travel to this address. Let's see. We're also concerned about carbon emissions to the area resulting from the increased traffic use of the use of motorcycles and other motorized bikes. Decreasing green spaces, of course, can cause water runoff and drainage issues to our already established neighborhood. As the rezoning would disproportionately benefit SDPS LLC at the expense of the existing neighborhood, we would argue the point of nuisance of unfair burden to the homeowners. The use of the property as motorcycle training facility is unfair and inequitable to the neighborhood, as other nearby similar facilities in the OKC metro area already exist. The long list of negative consequences far outweighs the potential positive economic impact to the city. Those are my comments. Anything you want to add?
All right. Thank you for your time.
I had a question, sorry. I missed where you lived.
We are the owners of the lot. Yeah, right
Just
there.
to the south on
Yes.
111th?
A home has not yet been built on it.
On 111th?
Yes, but we had bought that to be our sanctuary away from all of the noise of motorcycles and motorbikes.
I will say, though, that these motorcycles don't sound like regular motorcycles that you would think. They're.
I'll believe it when I hear it.
I have heard it. I actually went to the site and listened to them, and actually I was quite surprised that I couldn't even hear them. But just putting it out there.
Okay, Don Majors? Okay.
Hello, my name's Kyle Dudley, 4211 Southeast 111th Court. I am the house that exists that backs up to the subject property on that property there. This is the third time we've been before the Planning Commission for this proposed development. All three times, the previous two times, it's ended in a denial, either by you or the City Council. Councilman Stone did try to negotiate or participate in a compromise. The owner of the property that wants to the development did not respond, did not attend. We did go to his site. He didn't show up. He has an existing site where he trains motorcycle operators at I-35 in Indian Hills. I assume that the turnpike coming through there is the reason he needs to relocate. The existing site is commercial, surrounded by commercial properties. There's no residential anywhere near there. He also has a porta potty on the site and two rusty connexes, which he proposed to move to this site because there's no water and sewer extended to the site. Where the proposed pavement was on the right there on the training pad, that's right in the middle of a old lagoon, which I don't think is active as far as sewer, but what it does is it detains quite a bit of runoff. Everything flows to the south to my property and my neighbors that you just heard of, and then it flows underneath Sunny Lane to Mr. Major's property. We're also in the Thunderbird watershed runoff, which concerns me with the motorcycles on the pavement, leaking the fluids and all that. The noise is my main issue. I would be 30 feet from this pad from my property line. We were planning on putting in a rather expensive pool, but we'll hold off on that to make sure this doesn't happen, because I don't want to have to listen to these motorcycles regardless of how many cc's they are. It's going to be something that I'll definitely be able to hear. The porta potties are also a concern. You know, there's wind in Oklahoma. I've seen the one on Indian Hills knocked over many times. I assume he sets it back up or a company comes out, but in the meantime, that leaks everywhere and stinks. This is, I can't really see the actual dimensions, but it's quite a bit of impermeable surface, which will create quite a bit of runoff. As you know, this last fall, we had a lot of rain, and it all comes down there to our property. I don't see, without the absorption there, us being able to absorb that additional runoff. Also, the lines that are at an angle there, that's some kind of very high-pressure pipeline that runs through the property. I know my neighbor to the east was not allowed to, or to the west was not allowed to even pave that for his driveway, so I don't see how this training pad would go in that easement in the first place. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Anything for Mr. Dudley? Okay.
Thank you.
Joe Jeffrey?
Hello, my name is Joe Geffrey. I own the house, the duplex right north of this property. My main concern, as with everyone else, is with noise. I'm assuming, I don't know how this business is going to operate, but I'm assuming they might bring their own bikes to train on, and I don't want straight pipes, motorcycles who have cut their mufflers off, running throughout the day. I also don't know what their operating hours are. So like 8 a.m. on a Saturday or Sunday morning would be too early, I would say, for a facility that's going to be making this much noise. Something to help mitigate that, we could do solid metal fencing all the way around, or I see no plans for trees or foliage, which would help break up sound. And so I would like fencing on the north, east, and south side if this was to get approved. And I don't know if you guys have the power to ban certain types of vehicles on the property. Stuff like that, limiting the hours in the weekends, and then going back to what the person before me just said, that is a crude oil pipeline that goes all the way down to a refinement facility in Texas. So I'm not quite sure if they're even going to be allowed to pave over that. The G is the oil line, and then you got 25-foot easements on each side, and then a 100-foot easement, or a 50-foot on each side. So I'm not quite sure how they're going to get away with paving over that pipeline, but those are my concerns.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
Is that it?
That's it. That's all I have signed up to speak.
So in terms of screening, Jared, can you go back to the zoning map? We would be required to screen on the south and west. To the north is zoned I-1. My belief is it's not a home. Looking at Google Earth, it's a gravel drive to what looks like a series of connected warehouses. So to our north is straight I-1. I don't know anything about motorcycles, candidly, but my understanding is that with the limitation of the CCs and the miles per hour, Mr. Stone and you were out there, there is no noise. This is not like Sturgis rally, that these limitations were specifically negotiated and put in place to ensure that there was no noise.
And noise, honestly, isn't my concern right now. It's the porta potties, the lagoon, and the gas line. You'll have to deal with that, and the gas company. So
yeah, whatever they say, we'll have to do with it.
If it's high pressure gas, you'll definitely not pave over it. But low pressure oil, sometimes they'll grant something. But yeah, that's my main concern are the environmental aspects.
I agree. I went to the Indian Hills operation and watched. I also took the training a long time ago there. I don't know if it's the same person, but they have to speak to you the whole time, so you have to be able to hear them speak. Noise is not my big hang up either. I know that everything there drains towards Mr. Dudley's back fence where they're showing a big concrete pad. I just don't know how that's going to be possible. And the porta potties is the issue with me also.
Yeah, so as it relates to the pad, we'll have to, obviously, that would be a building permit, so we'll have to get a building permit. We'll have to show elevations, show that we meet the drainage ordinance, if perhaps detention's required. I don't know on the...
I'm not real sure on that, though. I'm going to jump in and say it's not a building permit. It's pouring a concrete slab. There's no footing requirement. There's no footing inspection. There's no piers. I do not believe that this would be a building permit that would catch the problems before the problem's there and possibly too late. I mean, if he built anywhere near this this easement, there would have to be overwatch for sure.
What if we obligate ourselves to submit any pavement to Public Works to ensure that whatever it is, I mean, whatever it is we do, we of course will want to meet it so that we don't open our, I mean, not just because I think it's required, but of course, that's about the easiest lawsuit you can win. So if we obligate ourselves to submit whatever it is we're going to be paving to get approval or show adherence to the municipal drainage ordinance.
Yeah, that's a different kind of deal because, you know, once again, we don't ever get anyone from the development center here. So it would have to fall on Mr. Lodge and Public Works, I would believe, to commit to receiving a permit for something like that and or the detention requirements for it.
Well, why don't we just ask Barry?
Yep, Barry's been popular today.
Barry, if you could come up.
And if he does it like his other one, the other one's asphalt paving.
Well, yeah, my concern is this really. We went around and around and we negotiated quite a few constraints the last time this came through. Such, I remember discussing hours of operation extensively and numerous other things. I don't know how we got there, but we got there somehow. But the fact that the applicants had 3 chances at council and it's been denied and now it's back, it doesn't suggest that they're a rule follower or a procedural person that we can trust to do what's even in this.
Well, I don't think that's a fair assessment. I mean, again.
But they hired David.
I have increasing concerns about how that works, so.
He didn't understand the process, which is not unlike most people that try to do this on their own. So I don't know that it's fair to cast judgment on him as like a human being, as not a rule follower.
I kind of suggested he hire an attorney in the beginning.
And if he violates this, he'll get cited.
Okay, so let me put that aside for the moment. For looking at this again, and you know, just taking it with a fresh eye, looking at the pad, looking at the vegetation that is on the site. Yes, there's an assortment of I-1 and I-2 uses around, but we also are very close to residential. It just doesn't seem inappropriate. It just doesn't seem appropriate for the use on this site. And we're heavily focused on a concrete pad and a motorcycle training, but that's not the only uses in here. Right. So I'm kind of just, I'm sort of a no, just personally. That's
I think we can take all the other uses out. We just, again, what we did was mirror the spud. I was at those council meetings, and time after time, Todd was going to approve it. When he didn't appear, he finally just denied it. If you want to take other uses out, we're fine with that. We tried to come in with the same uses that were there at that last version. That's all we tried to do.
It just seems, I mean, it's not a good place for a concrete pad. And there's a lot of concrete pads in Oklahoma City where someone can ride bikes around and
Crossroads
get a lease on it, yeah, or you know, build it in a commercial or.
I still want to hear from
area.
Barry.
Sorry, that's my comment.
Crossroads parking lot.
Barry Lodge, Public Works. So kind of the widespread discussion here. Anything that they do, so we'll start drainage-wise, because that was one of the questions that came up from one of the nearby residents. They will have to do the same thing, comply with the drainage ordinance. One of the issues with the gas line easement that also has been kind of a topic of discussion is we don't have any jurisdiction over that easement whatsoever. And really, it's very possible, I won't say likely, but it is possible that when the building permit goes through Development Services for this construction, that there won't be any attention called to that easement. If it is approved or recommended for approval, there probably needs to be some language in there that would require them to submit for the building permit and provide documentation from the pipeline company that they're okay with whatever the construction is. I was having a conversation with Caitlin about it. Maybe there's not going to be a concrete pad for the motorcycles to drive on. That could create an issue in itself for the pipeline company. In the past, we've had experience with crossing pipeline easements. They don't want anything going over that stuff. And so, again, if this body decides to recommend this to go on for approval, I think there needs to be some language in there that would call attention to that easement and requirements for documentation to be submitted prior to the approval of that building permit. As a commercial building permit, this would come through our technical review section for review, but without some of this backup information, the reviewers are not going to be looking at that aspect of the permit.
But to answer my question, there would be a building permit. You said, Caitlin said maybe it's not concrete. We want to assure that if this passes, which I'm not sure where it's going to go today, but if it did pass us and council, that there would be a requirement for a permit, even on, it's not off-site parking. It doesn't fit any of the permit functions that I know require a permit. It's just a guy that owns a piece of land that's going to pour a pad.
Again, in the past on projects that I've been involved in, even if we were doing a temporary gravel parking lot for whatever reason, still required the building permit to be issued.
We can commit
I think it'd be something to put in here.
We can't commit to the city being the arbiter of what is and isn't allowed in an easement that they're not a party to. That's absurd.
I'm not worried about the easement.
No, and
The gas
we don't
company
want to
will
be.
take care of that themselves.
You said you
I
wanted
promise.
backup information that the owner of the pipeline is okay with it. We're
That's
not doing
exactly,
that.
before we issue the permit, because that is a responsibility that we have, is to issue that building permit. That would be part of what we would be doing.
If
The
it's
city
an
would
active gas
issue the
line,
permit for that.
that's important.
I kind of disagree because I do building permits every day, and no part of the permit process requires to show proof that you called Okie and notified all the utility companies.
But the gas company has a right to destroy whatever
Correct.
they put on there.
They
so,
own the
yeah.
rights
Yeah.
through the easement or whatever instrument they have to come in and say, remove this if it doesn't satisfy what the easement allows, or we're going to pull it out.
Oh, I know that. I'm not worried about that really. The lagoon, the porta potties, that's what I'm concerned with.
What do we, if we establish that this process could trigger a building permit, that wouldn't normally be triggered? Because they'd be like, you'd submit the plans and they'd be, what are we reviewing?
Well, he's saying everything he's ever been involved in, even if it's gravel lot, required a building permit. So I think it requires a building permit from what I understood, but we're willing to commit that even if it doesn't, we will submit a building permit.
That's a good commitment because to me it felt like a spud is asking just to be able to do what's shown. And what's shown I didn't think fit a building permit.
That's what I'm
But it makes me feel good that they'd commit to it.
Well, but what are you going to review if there's no requirements for it? So,
I think for me, the land use itself is just not suited for.
That's where I was going to go to, is just looking at this again, looking at what's around it. This use I see in an industrial area. This is not an industrial area. I just don't think it fits the context of the area around it.
And one difference between now and the last time I heard this, which seems like I've heard it multiple times, is the protesters and the neighbors showing up.
Yeah, we didn't hear.
It's a big difference.
They were here.
Yeah. So I kind of got a good idea where we're all at. So.
All right, I see Mr. Major stand. We concluded our public speaking, but I'll give you 60 seconds if you keep it short.
Don Ron Majors, 11500 South Sunny Lane. I can shed some light on this. You cannot build on that pipeline. That's a strategic pipeline that takes jet fuel from Tinker to Shepherd Air Force Base. I have property on that pipeline. I've already gone around that thing. I also own property south. As far as the owner not understanding to come, I was there at the motorcycle training facility with Mr. Stone here and him right there telling him if he doesn't show up, he will have it denied. And he gave him another chance at it.
Yeah.
We haven't heard from him. He just stopped communicating. So if that's how he runs a business, I don't want him near me because I have livestock on the other side of the fence.
Understood.
Those things gets through it and he meets my longhorns.
Yep.
Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Fair enough.
All right, are we ready?
Yeah. I'm going to recommend denial of SPUD 1758.
We have a motion to recommend denial from Commissioner Privet. Remember, a vote yes is a vote to deny.
Yep.
Second by Commissioner Govine. Please cast your votes. All right. That is recommended for denial. Item 32 has been continued. Item 33 has been continued, as has item 34. Brings us to item 35.
Item 35 is PUD 2080, application to rezone 10601 Northwest 10th Street from PUD 241.
Good afternoon, David Box, 525 Northwest 11th, here on behalf of the applicants who are also here with us. It's a bit of an interesting case in that you have PUD 241 that spans both sides of what is the Kilpatrick Turnpike. The reason that spans both sides is because PUD 241 actually predates the turnpike. So PUD 241 was a large PUD that really allowed just about everything. So we are seeking to rezone a part of that. What is allowed and where we are is a combination of some commercial, some single family, and some, I think, higher intensity multifamily than what we're bringing. We've broken it into 3 tracks. Jared, if you could show the site plan. If you could imagine, if you will, this was turned on its side. Tract 1 is all single-family residential. There's a large creek that goes through there. You can see that we have respected that. This was deferred to allow for a community meeting. I wasn't able to go, but my clients and Ms. Turner were able to appear. There may still be some people here in opposition, but I think there was a lot of the concerns they had were taken away. It is worth noting that on the north, you see where we have our lots, and then there's kind of a blank space. We are allowing and leaving a 40-foot easement that will be a buffer on our north. There you go. So that'll be a 40-foot buffer between us and that single family to our north. We do connect. Also, our fence line will be on the north side of our single family lots. So those folks to our north will get the benefit of that 40-foot green space. Then as you go down to track 2, we allow for multifamily. The multifamily is limited to townhome development. And then also when you get down to track 3 along 10th, that is the commercial development. So there are 2 TEs. TE1 asks us to specify a maximum number of stories or building height. We would specify that to be 3-story max. And then TE2 remove the light industrial use unit, which we agree to. Yeah, there you go. So heavily treed along that north, again, a 40-foot buffer that'll remain. You can see that large drainage channel that goes through there that'll be respected. The plat's the next item, so you'll see it in kind of more detail in the plat. But happy to answer any questions. As I said, the developers are here with us.
Okay. All right. Again, this is my ward. We do have 3 people signed up to speak, so we want to hear from them. We'll start with Lorena Massey. It might be a typo because I remember that name from earlier. Leonard Scott. It's been a long day, hasn't it?
Yeah. Well, thank you for your time. My name's Leonard Scott. I live at 10604 Northwest 17th Street. And that's on the northern boundary of, if you go to the slide with the layout, or who's that one, on your right-hand side at the bottom, there is a triangle lot. I'm the one next to that.
Okay.
Yes. My home, as you see, is adjacent to this PDU 2080. It's also 75 by 124, which is 9,300 square feet. The lots that are adjacent to it are less than half of that. I'm going to talk about the staff report just a moment. On page 12 of the staff report, under the compatibility, it points out that the lot sizes are less than the required 60%. And like I said, they're less than 50%. Also states that the building orientation to the street differs from the predominant character of the adjacent lots. The PDU seeks to modify the base R1 regulations in Tract 1 to allow a minimum size of 4,000 square feet, which code calls for 6,000. And minimum width of 40 and code calls for 50. And a maximum coverage of 65% and code calls for 50. So these items were pointed out also on page 16 of plan conformance considerations. I wonder why the code has minimums if they can just be modified to allow a builder to cram more stuff in a smaller space and make more money. A developer, I mean. I don't understand that. We have been assured by the developer that this type of housing project would not affect our property values. I'm not sure of that. It also points out that the PDU offers this mitigation by requiring 40 foot of land buffer along the north boundary. Well, that's a bit misleading. That is a pipeline. That pipeline has that 40 foot boundary on the east for Saratoga and across on the west side of 344 in Mar-a-Lago. It's required. So he's not offering anything. On page 14 under transportation system, I'm going to change the subject a little bit. It states that according to the streetlight data collected in 2022, that Northwest 10th had 9,358 average daily trips with a capacity of having 10,000. And North Sarah Road had 7,269 average daily trips. It also had a capacity of 10,000 according to this report. I don't understand how a 2-lane Sarah Road has the same capacity as a 4-lane Northwest 10. It doesn't. This study, of course, was done 3 years ago, and there's been hundreds of houses built in new locations that come to Sarah Road. This capacity, I thought this was an interesting fact, the capacity of 10,000 cars a daily is one car every 8.5 seconds, 24 hours a day. That's a not very good average. You try to pull out on Sarah Road with people going 45 miles an hour, and you only got 8 seconds to do it, you're in trouble. Because they don't run 45 just like they don't on the Northwest Highway, you know. There are 4 additions on Sarah Road between Northwest 23rd and Northwest 10th. I can name them if you want to, but don't need to. These 4 additions collectively have 614 single-family residences. Now, that don't count everything north at 23rd. According to Data USA, each family averages 2 vehicles. That's 1,228 vehicles that use Sarah Road in 13 blocks between Northwest 23rd and Northwest 10th. Also, according to Data USA, sir? Okay, according to Data USA, 85% of people drive alone to work.
1/3.
That puts 1,049 vehicles trying to get to work and home at the same time. If you add all these other units, 260, which 99 of them can only use Sarah Road,
50s.
you're going to add to the problem.
Commercial.
In summary, PDU 2080 is not compatible as proposed. With the surrounding neighborhoods and the density of the lot sizes will affect the values of the adjacent homes, both on the north and east side of the location. The added traffic on Sarah Road, Northwest 10th, and the adjacent neighborhoods of Sabre Estates and Sierra Vista will cause increased safety risk in those areas. During rush hour traffic, Sarah Road backs up for blocks southbound on Northwest 10th and northbound on Northwest 23rd. If you want to see it, come around 5:30. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Helena Scott? Helena?
I'm Helena Scott. I live at 10604 Northwest 17th with this guy. First, I know it's been a long day, and I regretted that we were going last at first until I heard other people speak and saw how you all took it to heart, what people were saying. And even if the outcome wasn't what everybody wanted, you looked for compromises. And I appreciate that. The concerns I have, Mr. Box addressed kind of about the fence on the north side of Kilpatrick Farms property. But I don't see anything on the revised MDS. It just says a fence on the north side of the adjacent property. I just don't want that to get lost in all the other details, and want to know how we'd be assured that that property would be on the south side of that 40-foot commons area. Traffic is my other concern. From my research, I know there's no current plans, projects planned by Oklahoma City to widen Sarah Road, and nothing planned for the 2025 GO bond, nothing being looked for in the future. I emailed Mr. Lambeth regarding this concern, and he had mentioned in our community meeting that Edmond did something good. They asked them, or they require them to widen the road on the side of the development. I know that's not a requirement here. I asked him if he was willing to do that. He gave me an explanation of why it's not monetarily feasible for the developer to do that. He did offer a future remedy, noting that the road coming down into Track 2, where it stops, eventually, sometime in the future, would lead to 10th Street. I would like something to be put in the plans now for that access to lead traffic out onto 10th and not so much onto Sarah Road. One other question I have not pertaining to this is who's responsible for the common areas? I know it keeps saying that it will be the property owner association and or adjacent property owners. When our house was built, that didn't say it that way. It just said property owners association. Is that a change in subdivision requirements?
Those requirements are actually established by the association, so we don't have any purview over this.
No, I'm talking about the subdivision regulations.
Okay.
In the past, it was required that it, like on our plat, it says property owners association.
Yes.
It doesn't say and/or adjacent owners. My fear is in the future, if it's all left up to adjacent owners, this will look great, it'll look like crap.
I think the adjacent owner part is to account for any property line between the common area and their fence.
Because
like if you have a fence and it's off of your property line, you're technically supposed to take care of the other side of your fence.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying.
Depending on where the property pins are for the neighborhood. But the biggest part of the common area is going to be the responsibility of the HOA.
Thank you all.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Box, you want to?
Yeah, so in the PUD, we have the requirement that all common area is the responsibility of the HOA or Property Owners Association. So I don't, if you look at the old PUD, this is really not a huge departure other than we're modifying down the intensity of what some of the multifamily was allowed. The allowable single-family density in the existing PUD is 5.5 dwelling units per acre. We come in at 5.4 dwelling units per acre. I understand that's an easement, but it's still a treat area that we're going to, not touch. And the benefit, I think, is putting that fence. So whatever we need to do from a language standpoint to ensure that as it relates to the open space in the northern portion of Tract 1, the fences required shall be along the south edge of that 40-foot buffer, so that that neighborhood to the north is getting the benefit of, unencumbered the trees without a fence going through there.
While you're talking about fence, can you tell me what you have proposed along
The west side,
Sarah Road?
or the east side, and the west side.
West side?
Zach Roach, 14001 North. I believe that's also written under a PUD, that will be an HOA-maintained 6-foot privacy fence. So it's going to be a uniform, opaque fence that will be maintained by the Property Owners Association as well. So we want to make sure that we have that consistency along Sarah Road.
Well, if you know me, you know I like it to say that it's a masonry wall on a continuous concrete poured footing.
We're not doing a masonry wall.
Yeah, and metal with masonry.
Not stockade is what I'm getting at.
Masonry columns with,
It's just a it's a 6-foot wood privacy fence. It'll be just a standard HOA maintained fence.
I think we can do better than that.
We can do, huh?
I said, I think we can do better than that.
Yeah.
I'd be wildly curious, what would be something, I heard 6-foot masonry columns or
Non-stockade.
non-stockade?
Yeah.
You can't do non-stockade. I mean, that's a departure from any other single-family residential neighborhood I've seen come through here. Now,
We just did one on the north side with a cedar capped fence with columns on.
Yeah.
A cedar cap fence, that absolutely can do that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we're talking
But
about.
It's not typical
We have
stockade.
removed stockade many, many times since
In case I've been involved in,
Yes,
except
sir.
for multifamily. Every multifamily, that's become a new standard. But for traditional single-family neighborhoods,
In my opinion, when you're asking for 40-foot lots and we are looking at a PUD, there's give and take. And when you have that long of a run along Sarah Road, you know
we
how
can do
it's-
brick columns with cedar and capped.
There you go.
That's what we did.
Hey, we're
That's what we
negotiating.
did. We did up on
That's
Mustang.
what,
That looks a lot better than what we're
And
talking
that's what we
about.
did up on Mustang Road, if you
That
remember.
lasts longer.
Yeah. I want to talk about the lots. I want to talk
Yes.
about the lots.
Yes.
Zach, you might want to stay up here. That many 40-foot lots, I'd like to see some variety. Is where I mean, to be all minimum 40s, it's just too many minimum 40s.
So, what is your thinking on, is the,
Tiny.
What are they right now? Because I had this question too when Mr. Scott was talking.
what are what now?
What are your current lot sizes?
40?
No, square foot. Let's go square foot.
4,000.
4,000.
Minimum.
4,000.
There's some bigger. but-
4,000.
Okay.
So the ask I heard, I was asking about the product type on that. So on that one for us, this is continuing to be, and I talked to Commissioner Meek about this not too long ago. As we come in and we start talking workforce housing, as we start talking housing that we can sell to people, that 40-foot lot width is the ability that I have as a developer to pass along any kind of savings to an end user. And so the width of the lot dictates for me the home price on the back end. I pay the same dollar per lineal foot for a 40-foot or a 50-foot or a 60-foot, but my ability to pass along that savings to the end unit customer is that 40-foot. And so as we contemplate and as we think about how can we put people in houses, how can we provide workforce houses, that 40-foot lot has turned into what the 50-foot traditionally was 20 or 30 years ago for me, just because of what costs have done in terms of pipe and in terms of asphalt and paving. And so we hear over and over again, I think if you look at the city needs, I can't remember the last study that was done where they talk about affordable housing in the city of Oklahoma City being one of the number 1 or 2 or 3 needs that we have. This is the ability I have as a developer and eventually as the end home builder
to put people in workforce housing, because every time I increase the size of that lot, the width of that lot, it's going to multiply that cost on the home, because it's going to set the floor of what that house can be. And so
Yeah.
that's why we're asking for this.
Right, and so it goes back to dollars, and that makes total sense. What I want to see is, because of the surrounding neighborhoods, you have a multitude of different lot sizes, right? And you have a 40-foot lot neighborhood just to the north and to the east. I just would like a little bit of variety, and what that means for you to still be able to pencil it, you'd have to tell us. But I think variety of housing and types and.
Am I recalling something that we've looked at before, that basically lots need to be 75% of adjoining
Yeah,
lots?
that's part of it. I think that's what the 40-foot
Up
buffer is
to-
trying to do.
Right.
Yeah,
The gas line?
Well, because there's a buffer between, then they don't have to match the lots to the north, per se.
Right.
Yeah. I think there's probably a happy medium in there somewhere. You have, 50-foot lots to the north?
45.
To the east, they're all over the place.
This is a tight one for me. I've got to make it pencil. Obviously, this is for-profit development. I could discuss doing a 50-foot lot on the northern end. I think would help assuage some of the constituents' concerns on that, and pencil those in for 50s, if that would be acceptable.
Just the stripe across the north end?
Yeah, it's a tight one for me on lot yield on this, and I think
Yeah.
I could do
And,
that.
and some of those lots on the south side of Tract 1 are bigger because of the pies and the turns and
Yes.
some of that.
Yep.
So what if you could do 50s all the way around on the outside and 40s in the middle on Tract 1?
It would kill my yield on this one because of the tightness on this.
Just Tract 1.
Okay.
I mean, that's not it. That's not a concern, though.
It's the R1.
So, I mean, on the west is the turnpike, and if you look at, you drive up and down there, there's the duplexes, there's 40s, there's a bunch of that.
I get it. Yep. And when I do drive down the turnpike and I look over at a 40-foot lot neighborhood, I'm like, it's just roofs. There's just nothing to it but roofs.
And they all require 2 trees too still.
Yeah, 2 1-inch diameter trees. Anyway.
But it is fair point, though, that you're asking to sell those lots backing up to the 344, the highway, which to me suggests a lower price point is appropriate, but I do like the 50-foot on the north.
I back up to
I think that's a good
the
concession.
turnpike. My house is a little bigger than this.
Yeah. But
All right, so you guys can commit to the
The north.
50-foot, just that strip that abuts the property to the north, the neighborhood to the north?
Yes.
Okay.
Then on Sarah, you'll have, a buffer, you'll have the fence.
Cedar capped fence
Right.
with masonry
With
columns?
brick columns, right. I don't think it's as big of a concern on the east.
Well, yeah, what sides did we talk about? North and east?
North.
Yeah, north back into the existing neighborhood right there.
Okay, and the east along Sarah?
No.
The masonry, or the brick column fence with the cedar cap would be what we're talking about on that one, yeah.
Okay.
We didn't talk about column spacing.
Yeah, I'm not done with it yet. This is
Okay.
literally across the street from my ward, and I have a lot of interest in this because as a planning commissioner, I'm getting a lot of flack back from the stuff we've already released right in this area. And one of my issues that I would have never thought about, and especially on this one with that pipeline or 40-foot buffer, is when developments come up to existing developments, normally there's a fence debacle going on there. That's probably what I've gotten the most calls about at angry people, that we release something that this one does have a buffer. I just want to put in writing that this is the north side of those lots that are before the buffer will have a fence.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. On the north
Yes.
line of those lots,
Yes.
there'll be a fence.
Okay.
So,
On the south side of the buffer?
right, and the buffer will be maintained
HOA.
by the HOA.
The common area.
The common area, okay.
Yeah,
Because I
that's
don't
the
want
plat.
these people to have, grass this high
Yeah.
in between it.
And it's a common area with access. A lot of the concerns are when you have the buffers and there's no access. It's directly off that street, so there's easy access for maintenance.
Anything else, Commissioner Meek?
Is there a specific plan for this?
Not for the
Or a
residential.
preliminary and final? Just. Okay. I'm talking about for,
Are we still in the zoning?
yeah, I'm on the track 2 and track 3, just wanting to walk through it one more.
We have a specific plan for,
That's what I meant. Okay, that's what I was speaking to.
You're done, okay. So we did,
did we come up with a spacing on?
no, so what I'm thinking is that they should align with the lot lines. So it should be in increments of 40, so 80 foot on center?
80 foot on center.
I'm open to that. The only thing I would say is just considering the width of a standard fence panel is going to go, I think it's 8 feet every fence panel. So yeah,
Okay.
10, that'd be 10, that'd work, yep.
That's 80?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Okay, so I hear a couple of TEs. Cedar capped fence along Sarah Road with masonry columns, 80 feet on center. I want to capture that the future developments of track 2 and 3 shall include access from Northwest 10th to track 1.
Yeah.
That was in response to one of Ms.
We have
Scott's
access on
question.
Northwest 10th for tracks 2 and 3, right?
It's just the exhibit,
Yeah.
it shows it, but
Sure.
we just want to capture it.
You're writing all this down.
Anything else?
The 50-foot lots on the north.
50 foot, yeah, 50 foot lots along the north boundary.
3-story on TE1.
Okay. Anything else?
Yeah.
We ready for a motion?
I will make a motion to recommend approval of PUD 2080 with TE number 1 specifying 3 stories high. TE number 2, as written, TE number 3, 50-foot lots across the north boundary. TE number 4, 6-foot tall cedar capped fence along the northern boundary and eastern boundary.
Okay.
And TE number,
With the columns, 80 foot on center.
with columns on 80-foot center. And TE number, wherever I am, 6, access to Northwest 10th for tracks 2 and 3.
That connect to track 1.
Yeah.
With connectivity to track 1.
All right, I have a motion from Commissioner Noble to recommend approval, City Council, subject to the technical evaluations read in. It's been seconded by Commissioner Govine. Please cast your votes. And that item is recommended for approval. Item 36.
What?
Item 36 is case C7752, preliminary plat of Kilpatrick Farms, located west of North Sarah Road and north of Northwest 10th Street.
Hello. David Box. 525 Northwest 11th. This is the plat that accompanies the PUD. We agree to all of the TEs that are listed.
Wonderful. Any comments, questions? All right, we're ready for a motion, and I lost my default motion maker.
I moved him to tears.
Yeah. I'll move approval of C7752, subject to the technical evaluations as included.
Yep.
Do I need to read those? for the
No, you
record?
do not.
Applicant agrees?
I would like to hear them.
Okay. And
All right, we have a motion to approve C7752 from Commissioner Govine.
clearly that will be consistent with the preceding item.
Yes.
And that's in the, yes, got it.
It's been seconded by Commissioner Harrison. Please cast your votes. And that item is approved. Item 37 has been continued. We're going to go back. Did the applicant for item 13 arrive? This is Plains Holdings, LLC.
We contacted the applicant. They didn't realize that they were to appear, so you
Okay.
could either make it or if you continue it to September 11th because they have other applications on that same agenda.
Okay. Commissioner Govine, this is Ward 6. Do you have a preference?
I have no issues with this. I mean, I don't want to, no one signed up to speak on it. I don't know if anyone else has, I mean, this is the area where there's a number of other residential proposals that happen to be I-2, but it's built as residential, it's occupied as residential. It's R1 makes sense there. It was a pretty simple approval as far as I'm concerned. So if we want to go ahead and just clear it off the docket? Okay,
Yeah.
I'm going to move. Okay, yeah, I move to recommend approval of PC 10978.
Do we need to call the item?
No, you
Okay.
did effectively looking
Okay.
for your continuance.
Okay, very good. So we have a motion from Commissioner Govine to recommend approval of PC 10978. That's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes.
You're gonna give them the good news, Sarah.
That item is recommended for approval. Okay, it brings us to additional items. Communications and report, Planning Commission committees. Anything? Is it, where, yeah, it's down, you're counting chickens. Planning Commission members? Anything from commission members? Planning Department.
Okay, we considered deferring this till next time. It's up to you all, but we're gonna have a long agenda next time as well, I think. So if it's all right with you, we'll go forward with this presentation and try and make it, we'll keep it to a minimum, we'll keep it to 2 hours max, right?
Yeah. We're gonna need some air conditioning.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, if somebody could turn the AC back on, that'd be great.
That's a good point. I will talk to folks about that. So Marilyn's going to give us a summary of this and go from there.
We appreciate y'all's service so much, so I'm going to try and talk fast. My name is Marilyn Allen. I'm program planner in the planning department, and I am the liaison to the code update that we've been working on, multi-year project. So that's my job kind of 24/7, except the whole planning department, Barry, development services, everybody's helping out on this project. So because it's a heavy lift and it requires all thoughts, all minds in the room, right? So, but I am really happy, we're all really happy to bring you the first set of drafts for the code update. Woo! So I'm going to just walk through a little bit about why we needed use changes. I think we heard several cases this afternoon of why we might need some use changes. The process that got us to this draft that we're going to release. And then a little bit, I would say, highlights of some of the proposed changes. It's a lot of words and a lot of stuff, so I'm not going to go through all of it. and then explain how we'll kind of conduct the review process. So before you start yawning and wow, everybody left, uses don't seem like the most exciting thing, but they really are the backbone of the code. And I know before you say, Marilyn, I thought we were doing a form-based code. We are doing a form-based code. A lot of all the other sections will be about form and how the site is laid out, but you can't, any form-based code has to have uses, right? So we can't get away from uses, and we saw that today. The uses are form the backbone. They're residential, commercial, industrial categories where things can be allowed. And once we get that backbone and the uses, then all the other things flow from that. We've got parking, landscaping, what use goes where, what's compatible with what. So that's what the uses are. The top 3 goals that we have, there's plenty, but of course we want to modernize our uses. We square peg, round hole all the time, but both in our office, in the permitting office, y'all up here trying to make something fit in that's maybe even not even a use anymore, or that we don't have a use for because it's a new use. We also want to make it easy to use and broadly applicable. The code update in general will be, kind of what I call clicky. I mean, you'll be able to click things and move around on your mobile phone. So we want to make it easy to use so that when I'm sitting in front of that property on my phone, I can say, would this use be allowed on this property? And I'll just be able to click it and find that out. And then finally, we want to strengthen the use regulations so that we have clear rules about what's allowed where. And so if I don't meet the use regulations, boy, maybe I shouldn't buy that property, right? And so why are changes needed? I think preaching to the choir on this. So in 2017, after we adopted Plan OKC, we had a diagnosis of the code and why it couldn't meet Plan OKC goals. And one of the things they said was, hey, your uses are too specific, some are too narrow, some are too broad, and some are outdated. So that's where we started. Knowing that we had uses like this, like when scooters came to town, they were kind of the first coffee drive-through thing that came to town. Now we have lots of them, but the permit desk was scratching their head. What use is that? Because the fast food use it says indoor and outdoor service. So, well, they don't have any indoor service, so they can't be fast food. So they ended up being food and beverage retail sales, which is more like a grocery store or something like that. And of course, that's not the same use, really, especially from a planner's standpoint. So that's one use that was too narrow. We have some uses that are outdated. How many people remember the ticket agencies where we stood in line at midnight till 8 in the morning till the ticket office opened? I'm sure we were quite a nuisance. We don't have that anymore. The whole personal services general use that we have is a lot of uses that are
Kind of ticket.
that we don't have anymore, or that are more common now, like a mail center. Boy, those UPS stores, they're put in that personal services general, which is like a nuisance, but how often do we go to the UPS store now? And then some uses too specific, that was like, we have this business support services where we have like an employment agency. Well, we have Indeed, we have LinkedIn, we do have express services, but isn't that more like an office? So I don't know why at the time that was like put off in its own use with some other stuff in that use, but so some are just too specific and need to be collapsed together. And then finally, you guys have to sit up here every other week and look at these PUDs and SPUDs where at least in a study we looked at least 2/3 of them are about uses, and y'all know that, I don't have to tell you that. And we have 3,500 of these. And majority, we're just trying to square peg, round hole uses that don't exactly, the language that we have for them doesn't meet today's needs. So those are why we need the changes. Okay, how did we get to the draft? So first of all, our consultant, White & Smith, out of Kansas City, super helpful. They went through the whole code and they streamlined all the uses. They pulled out things that were uses that were in other parts of the code that needed to be pulled into uses. So they consolidated things. They also added new uses. While y'all are up here at Planning Commission, I'm taking notes on a spreadsheet. All that I've been doing it for the last 3 years. Okay, well, vehicle storage, that's a sticky, use, and I'll put it on the spreadsheet. So he created some new uses based on what y'all wrangle with every day, every other week. And then because he's an attorney, which is great for us, he was able to make sure that we were meeting, say, like Supreme Court decisions for like religious institutions and group homes, and put in state law references to update our code to make sure we're also meeting state laws, right? So then we took that draft that Mark White gave us, and we sat as a team with Development Services, Code Enforcement, Subdivision and Zoning, Planning. Everyone was involved in that review, and we went through all the residential, commercial, industrial, and agriculture uses for like a couple of months at least, maybe 3 months. And we went through every use and heard all the issues about the wording, because the permit desk, they read every word and they take every word literally. So we need to make sure that we mean what we say, right? And so we also convened an urban agriculture focus group. They were really great in meeting with us and helping us devise uses and use regulations for all the urban farms, community gardens, and then all the composting uses, which we didn't have a lot of expertise in. We also, in part of that focus group was DEQ and the Oklahoma Department of Forestry, who have a lot of knowledge about gardening and things like that. So they helped us do that. So then we got to the third draft. We gave that to the stakeholder advisory team, which is the mayor's team of experts that convene. We haven't met a lot, but we're about to start meeting more. And they looked through the uses. We didn't get a whole lot of comments from them, but we did get uses. We did get some comments on, y'all probably struggle a little bit with the convenience sales and personal services use, sort of what is that, little vague. And so they had some comments that we're calling that now neighborhood business. So we actually expanded some uses for neighborhood business centers, like the small strip centers with that. And then now we're giving you the fourth draft. Now, and this will be open for y'all to comment and for the public to comment, because it takes a while. Like we need a while. This is why we're bringing it to you now, because it could take very many months to go through all this, and so that's why we're bringing it to you now. I can't remember the thought. Okay, go ahead. So use definitions. So we have use definitions and use regulations. The definitions, just as an overview, we started out about 147 uses, and I'd like to say, okay, we wrapped it all up into 50 uses. Here you go. But it doesn't really work like that, I found out. We have to have enough specificity on uses and not too broad. But we ended up with about the same amount of uses, except that we added some and we combined some and we split some apart. So it's about the same, but they're different. So the 46%, that blue slice, they're pretty much the same use, you'll recognize it, but we updated the language some. The 22%, exactly the same. It's good, sometimes things don't change, which is good. So libraries and community centers and alcohol beverage sales, funeral services, repair services, and then all the ones that we just finished, accessory dwellings, home sharing, chickens and quails. We didn't change any of those because we already did the process, right? And then so we added 30 new uses, that 19%. So you'll want to go over those. And then the 8%, we kind of either split apart or combined some uses. So they're kind of new, but just reformatted a little bit. And then the 5% are the 7 uses that we moved from Article 12, which is like, Sarah always calls this the junk drawer, where we kept throwing stuff in, like carports and satellite dishes and wind energy systems and most importantly, accessory stuff on the properties. And so we took all that out and put it in as a use. That's kind of the overview of that. Here are some of our new uses. We have a cottage court, so these would all be new uses in the use table, each have a line. Cottage court, it looks like a single dwelling, but it would be in the use table, but wouldn't be allowed in a single dwelling zone. It's a multi-dwelling product, but we would have a whole set of rules on how you do cottage courts, since we want that missing middle more often, and more people are asking for this product. Microbrewery, we don't have a use for that right now. We would have one. This is our Mad Hopper on Britton Road that y'all approved in a SPUD. Event center, we would have kind of large and small use, rooftop, no rooftop stuff. This is the Ollie that y'all approved on in Uptown, and a small event center. And then we'd have composting facility, which is we don't have now, and rules for that. On the regulation side, right now in the current code, only about half of the uses have regulations. Some of the control on the uses is actually in the definition, but sometimes it needs a whole explanation of you can do this use, but only if you do it this way, right? So, but only half have use regulations, and that's about the same as what we're proposing now. And of that, say 80 use regulations, half are the same. We didn't need to change them. They were fine. 1/4 are similar, but we updated them slightly and added some more provisions to address some of the stuff that y'all deal with all the time. And then 1/4 are brand new regulations. And then also, like I said, it's going to be easier to read and have like lists and tables. The next slide is, well, okay, these are examples of new use regulations we're going to have. Like one new use that we will have is called drive-through. And you can have a drive-through for whatever you want, a toy store, dispensary, fast food restaurant, right? Whatever you need the fast food, but whatever you need the drive-through for, but it will have use regulations, and you would have to meet those, or you can't have the drive-through, and it would have to be permitted in that zone. For example, we're going to have a Main Street zone for like Paseo, and we wouldn't want a drive-through in Paseo, right? It's not a Main Street type of thing, so it wouldn't be allowed in that zone. Also, custom manufacturing. We've had a lot of requests for, it's always like, well, it's an industrial use, but they add it to a C3 base, right? A lot of times in PUDs and SPUDs. And so we want to allow that more places. We love our DEY Oklahoma folks. And so we have a set of regulations that would limit the use and allow them a little retail store. And so those are 2 new use regulations. And then the next slide is just an example of how they'll be more organized, and you can find what you want. You don't have to read through all these paragraphs, and they'll be, more organized like that. And will we have use tables? Yes, of course. We will still have use tables. They'll be a little bit more organized. We don't have these out for public comment yet. We're still working on them. This is kind of a sample from our new urban medium zones. But what I wanted you to know is that the left-hand column, each of those would be, you'll hover over with your cursor and the definition will pop up. And so you can see, what is a multi-dwelling? Oh, here's the definition. And then same thing, the use regulation will be right there in the table. You'll be able to click that and it will open up for you, and you'll be able to see, oh, okay, I need to have this and that if I'm going to do that use. So we put the use regulations up on our code update website starting today, and we will be using our in-code commenting tool for everyone to be able to add comments for each use or each use regulation, like what you think of them or something we missed. And then we're always available to answer questions, codeupdate@okc.gov, or you can call me directly for questions. We're hoping, we would love to get these adopted next year. We'll see what you think of them, what we're missing, we still need to talk to different industry folks. Like something that came up recently is these data centers. I don't know if you've been reading about those things, locating in different cities and using enormous amounts of water and are noisy. And so we're working with DEQ and OG&E on those. So that you'll see kind of a basic draft in the use regulations, but it's not finished yet. So this is a work in progress, and we need your input too. And anybody who has that use, and let us know if it works out or not. So I'll show you how the review works in the next slide. So first of all, what we did is we created kind of a Cliff Notes version for you. This would not be adopted in the code, but this is kind of your summary document cheat sheet, if you will. So it has the proposed new use name, and then the proposed new description, and then the current description, so you'll know, and then the number for your reference, the current number. If it's blue text, that means it's pretty much the same, but we tweaked it a little bit to update it. If it's black text, it means exactly the same as now. Green text means that that is a brand new use, so look out for that one. We put in the reason for the change, if there was a reason for the change, in red, and then in orange, because I'm a Longhorn, I only thought that was fair. The orange is about if there's a use reg associated with that one. Like you'll see the second one, it says no use regs. So you'll know whether you need to go to the other document and check the use regs. And okay, so here's how the tool works. You'll go to this, you can click that line, you'll go there, and in the top it says view the use regulations or view the definition, or there's some comment instructions. You'll be able to click that. Say if you say view the definitions, on the left side all the definitions will come up in alphabetical order. You'll say I want to see dwelling detached. So I click that one, the definition comes up, and then there's a little comment, gray comment bar. You'll click that, put in your name and email. I don't like this definition at all, whatever, and hit submit. And the same on the use regulations on the next slide. Except that you'll have, the section number where that is. I want to see aircraft. I look at I click it. It'll pull up all the use regulations, and then again I'll be able to open a comment box and submit a comment. Right now we've made it so you can't see each other's comments. We didn't know how many comments we're going to get or how crazy it might be. We could change that later maybe, but What I'm hoping really is that, go back a couple slides to that cheat sheet. So what I'm hoping y'all can do, we can print you out books like this. As y'all were talking, I was going through my book, and the problem with this is it's not searchable. So you can't just search. So, but if anyone wants a printed copy, we'd be happy to make you one and bring it to the next Planning Commission meeting, because you could make notes on it and stuff if you want. But it's on our website, able to download it and everything. But I was hoping that y'all would use that as you review cases and say, what do they say about vehicle storage now? Maybe that would solve this problem in this case, or maybe it wouldn't, and stuff. So I was hoping y'all could kind of use it that way, because sometimes it's easier to use it when you have examples, using real life examples, or circle things that you want to talk about later. I don't know how y'all need to decide how we'll review this document and move it forward, but maybe you'll have, I have these 15 uses to talk about, and we'll have a study session on whatever the uses y'all want to talk about are. And that's it. I think the last slide has my contact and the okc.gov/code update. That's where these documents are, and they were in the links in the presentation. So.
Thank you, Marilyn. Do we have a timeline for review? Is there a set, hey, we want comments back by this date?
What do you think would be a reasonable time frame for you all? And it really depends on, really what I think the most important thing is if you've got something burning, like this use needs to get fixed, or these, I've had this on my mind for a while, I need to get it fixed. If you don't have anything like that, then just kind of go through and review and, just kind of browse and, I'd like to, examine this or that. There's a lot in there. What do you think, Marilyn, 3 weeks, 4 weeks? Would that be sufficient?
Oh gosh, I think it'll take probably a little longer. We could, I don't know, I feel like y'all need to just sort of look through it and see what you think and then discuss it.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we schedule a check-in at next meeting? And we can put that as other business or whatever, and then we can, That'll give everybody an opportunity to at least thumb through it and understand how much content there is.
It's a lot.
Which, yeah,
It's a big
that's what I
assignment.
get. And then we can decide, what do we need, 4 weeks, wait 8 weeks, what, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have time. This is why we're giving it to you in advance of all the other, parking, landscaping, and all that, because these uses, though, are all tied to the parking chapter and to some of the landscaping things. So, we do need to make sure we don't have a lot of changes, or we want to add a bunch of uses or something.
Yeah. I don't know, it's up to you all, but I would expect that this is, other elements of the code you will want to scrutinize more than this. That's just my opinion. Because, you saw the pie chart. Yes, there's a lot of things, but I think a lot of it is, combination. There's some new things that you might want to pay attention to, but a lot of it is the same. There will be other aspects of the code that, building design, certainly the base zones. There's a whole lot of difference that you'll see coming up with other things. But take whatever time you need, and we'll check in.
Yeah, let's put a follow-up.
How many people would like a printed version of this?
Yeah, I want to be able to search it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
No? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. And just to clarify, this we would like to adopt citywide. So everything that we're bringing forward will apply to the urban medium. So the whole package we want to bring forward. We'll get back to you on the timing. So there's a whole lot of moving parts right now. And for those of us who are reviewing them, we will give it to you kind of a package at a time. But when it comes to adoption time next year, we would like to do it as a complete package. So the urban medium base zones, for example. But the uses, the parking code, the landscape code are things that we would like to adopt citywide. So just keep that in mind as you're reviewing the uses. It's not going to just apply to the urban medium. This is something that would apply citywide, and we would just kind of repeal and replace what we've got already. So
Hopefully solve a lot of problems for you guys. And Sarah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Municipal Counselor's Office. Citizens to be heard. Seeing none. Barry, any parting thoughts?
I think I wore my voice out today.
You need a lozenge?